In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hi, how's it going? Welcome, good morning. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show, always with the coughing when I get down here. Hold on. I think it's time to dust. I think it's about that time again where we got to dust down here. I come down here, I set up the show, I feel fine, I turn the microphone on, I go to say my first words in the morning, and then maybe it's dusting time. I don't know what it is. Like, I was never a big dusting guy. Like, it wasn't very often. Then I started dusting like once every 10 days. And now it's like, or maybe I'm just coughing and that's just an okay thing to do. You do that from time to time. I don't know. Doesn't matter, but it doesn't hurt to dust. You know what you got to remember to do? You know what I got to do today? Today's going to be cleaning day. Yesterday was gym day. Today's going to be cleaning day. You know what you got to remember to do? Take that furniture, move it out to the middle of the room, vacuum behind the furniture. That's a big one. That's today. Today is going to be a big digging and cleaning day. Moving all the stuff, cleaning all the little corners and nooks and crannies. That's what we're doing today. My exciting life today is being a housemaid, and I'm very excited about it. Welcome to the show. It's Steel Toe. It's Wednesday. An incredibly perfect week this week, except that pesky goddamn $60 on Monday. So do us a favor. You guys are starting at 300 today. You're starting a little bit ahead. Let's wipe that shit out, and then let's do that damn 60. Yesterday morning, you guys got within $15 of knocking out that 60. Last night, they got within 40, 35, $40 of knocking out that 60. It's right there. Just within cunt hairs of hammering out that $60 and still making it a perfect week. Now, look, does it really... Like, is the 60, it's the, you know, when people say it's the principle of the thing, it's the principle of the thing. If we miss by $60 this week, it's not even close to the end of the way. It's fine. But for 6 weeks in a row, we've been balls on perfect. Even a little bit ahead, right? So I would like to be balls on perfect for 7 weeks in a row. And then if we're balls on perfect for 7 weeks in a row, you know what I'm going to want the next week? 8 weeks perfect. So I propose we try to get to 83 weeks like WCW did against WWE. That is a terrible comparison because we know how it ended for WCW. All right, fine. 82 weeks. How's that? Let's take a look at the board before we get started today. People Pleaser dropped $200. Basically covered the evening show on his own last night, and boy, did we have a great time on last night's evening show. Thank you, People Pleaser. He's now on top with $210. And then the rest, I love this. That 210 has been our only big drop this week. And the rest has been 10, 20, 25 bucks at a time. We haven't even had a 50 drop this week. And you have no idea how encouraging that is to have everything come in 25 bucks or less and be knocking them out. I think aside from Monday morning's miss, we haven't even had a problem hammering them out. Like even I think we've had one 5-minute segment outside of that. So thank you, people pleaser, for the 210. Then all these other spots right here, wide open. Schweitz at 65. Miss Tay at 50. A-Train at 40. The board's wide open today. So go mental, get retarded. Let's be really stupid with our money. And let's, you knock out that 300, you get 30 minutes. You knock out that 60, you get an hour. You knock out, you steal the evening show's goal from them, you get theirs too. So who knows? Maybe we go till 11:30 today. That would be good. Have you guys heard the new conspiracy theory? You know, I would think that people who obsess over comedy shows would have a sense of humor. But I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people out there who do not have a sense of humor, and it makes the rest of us here at Steel Toe laugh very hard. So yesterday, I guess I misspoke. I think Klopogram or somebody else caught it. I misspoke and I said, do you know what MSO and I are doing this weekend? Intimating that MSO and I had a date. Now, I meant to say SP. I meant to say, you know what SP and I are doing this weekend? So I had a very funny slip where I said that MSO and I were going to have this really gay, lame, romantic weekend where we went to a nice dinner date and we made snack mix together and all kinds of things. So then the rest of the day and last night, the audience is going, oh, MSO is SP. Oh, you guys, MSO's been secretly for the last 2 years pretending to. And that was funny. And we're all having a laugh about it. Well, I guess the anti-Steel Toe crowd lit up. And they're like, no, it really is. Like, take anything fun, take anything interesting and funny and good, and those people will mental illness it up to a point where it's like, you guys, are you okay? Like, are you going to need somebody? Should you really be left alone? Like, so now they're having a panic and a fucking meltdown because they think MSO is SP. To the point where they're like, would SP's work be okay to find out that they're in a chat room for a show all day? No, I'm sure they would probably be very upset if that was happening. To answer your question, it would be, they'd be fucking pissed. I think any employer would be. But again, people say, how do you handle something like that? You handle it by not handling it. You laugh at the people doing it. MSO says, don't ever link my name with you. I woke up for this. Packer Backer says, MSO stands for my significant other. Yeah, Klopogram, take a bow. Klopogram says, Klopo makes them feel. You really do, buddy. Like, your joke about my little slip of MSO SP of mixing those two up has set off a firestorm of craziness. So congratulations to Klopogram. Fauci's pangolin theorizing that MSO is Hunter Biden. I like my significant other. MSO stands for my significant other. And we've been, see, this is where you can't go with that shit. This is where I have to kind of teach my haters how to be haters. Look, guys, you can't say that MSO is SP because then what you're doing is you're admitting that I've tricked you for 2 years. Maybe more. MSO's been around for a while. That MSO and I have conspired against you and fooled you for 2 years. You can't make that assumption because I'm supposed to be the big retard. You know what? Never mind. You guys are doing great. Clapogram, attaboy, buddy. You got some mileage out of that one. MSO says, hey, I've done a lot of drugs, but I ain't no Hunter Biden. Honky says, I thought MSO equals SP was canon. We're gonna get MSO to like have a breakdown. He'll be like, I do not suck Aaron's dick. I am not fucking Aaron. He doesn't touch me. MSO's gonna end up like releasing very intimate pictures of himself just because he's like, I'm gonna prove to you that I think Aaron is an ugly fat pig. Fauci's Pangolin says MSO stands for misogynist sexual O-face. Yeah, I don't think that works. It actually does stand for my significant other. MSO and I were on the phone yesterday for a long time talking about how upset we were that people finally figured it out. Why do you let me dunk on you like this? It's not fair. It's like holding a midget by the head and kicking him in the dick. Rusty Grammar says, odd how they make that claim, yet they also say SP doesn't exist. You cannot convince these people that living their life vicariously through a man on the TV screen is not weird. That it's weird. You can't convince them that it's very odd and sick behavior. You can't. You just keep dunking on them. It's a lot of fun. MSO says this stuff cannot affect me in any way, shape, or form. That's my girl. That's my girl. I mean, guy. That's my guy. That's my boy. That's my. Damn it. I did it again. Oh, MSP. I mean, MSO. I mean, SO. I mean, God damn it. We really could get a lot of mileage out of this if we really wanted to take it for a walk. Solo shows are 4, maybe 4.5 hours long. We could get some mileage out of the MSO thing if we didn't have so much to get to today. Actual Steel Toe fan says SP exists. They know her name. Don't tell them that because they're not sure now which is which. Is it MSO? Is it someone? Is it? Don't confuse them. They're on a different. It's like a mouse brain. They can only follow one line at a time. Oh, L-Train letting me know. I don't know if we should use the M word when referring to people of smaller stature. I apologize. You know what? That's my fault. I said midget. I meant little dwarf, I think is what they like to be called. Is that right? Dinosaur Fuel says, so Aaron is gay. He's been with a man ever since. Well, we didn't want to talk about this, but I fucked it up. MSO called me yesterday, chewed me out for hours and hours. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, MSO equals major savings, obviously. Bring your third wife down to your local Wawa for our $5 big breakfast deal because money only goes so far, and the new Wawa French Toast Sizzly is sexy. Clapogram says, say her name and she'll appear. I believe in MSO. I believe in MSO. Eaton Clem says Aaron usually only answers the ads that say MSM. Men seeking men. See, now this isn't fun. You see, like we were having fun before. Now we've gone to the steel toe flowchart, which is funny idea, dunk on retards. We skipped Hitler and went right to gay. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the steel toe flowchart. It is a 10-minute flowchart, and it always ends at guys on dicks. Rexstart parody account says, didn't they think MSO was April 2 years ago? They're going to think it's Jack Ruby next year. Just give them time. Give them time. Deutsch Chad says MSO stands for My Slam Orifice. He wrote Orpheus, but I fixed it. I still think MSO, My Significant Other, is the best dead giveaway. All right, Kraken Slappin says, so SP is MSO, is in control of everything, is fake. SP is epic at this point in steel toe history and has never even been on the show. Isn't it amazing what they've accomplished? Mussolini Diff with $2 says they prefer to be known. $2 says they prefer to known as magical creatures says dis. You guys, I need proofreading, or I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But thank you very much. From Mussolini Diff. Getting us started today. Hey, boys and girls, why don't you load up the PayPal, load up the Streamlabs, load up everything. Let's get that goal knocked out nice and easy and get off to a great start today. An hour of overtime on the line if we can knock out 300 plus what we missed on Monday. Cockdiff says, April is coming back to the show. You announced it last night. Excited. Yeah, you missed a real big one yesterday on the evening show. Oh, boy. All kinds of major announcements. Honky says, this reminds me of when Carl said that the divorce was a bit last year. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what. Or like when Carl and all those guys said that the felony was a lock, or, you know, MSO is SP, or SP secretly controls the show. I'm definitely not in their heads in any way, shape, or form. It's totally... It's like when a Down syndrome kid plays basketball. You just got to pretend they're the best at it because it doesn't cost you anything. Oh, my God, Ethan Ralph. I listened to the Jesse PS. Jesse leaked his private conversation with Ethan Ralph on his show, and Ethan destroyed Carl. Oh, my God. I mean, blind squirrel finding a nut. Ethan Ralph was like, yeah, Carl has no personality. He basically just sucks off of other people for clout. He's a clout chaser. He doesn't add anything. Crowds don't care about him. He doesn't draw people. Now, I don't know if any of that's true. I don't follow close enough. But Ethan Ralph was just torching the guy. Oh, my God. Now, granted, he didn't know that Jesse PS was going to broadcast this, which is the best part, because it means Ethan was telling you how it really is, because he ain't doing it for an audience. But, yeah, don't, word to the wise, don't have a private conversation with Jesse PS. Oh, actual Steel Toe fan, don't worry. I know their cope is going to change over time. I mean, these guys just, I mean, if you've taken as many L's as they have and you haven't admitted it yet, you're not going to start now. Don't you worry. It is, you can't. I mean, you're basically, you got to keep going. You got to put your head down and plow forward. All right, guys, let's get started with what we've got today. The MSO stuff I do find hilarious. We could do it all day, but we have so many things to talk about. The first thing we have today is about the Daily Wire. Now, if we talk about this, can you guys behave yourselves? Everybody throw $20 on PayPal and Venmo right now and prove to me you can behave yourselves before we go into this Daily Wire thing. Oh, and by the way, if we do numbers like we did yesterday, you won't hear me talk about money very much. So let's just, you know me, I get nervous at the beginning of the show. I get nervous at about the halfway point, and I get nervous at the end. Calm my nerves like a nice, cool drink. Cool my nerves for today. If this show didn't have to make any money, I'd be the happiest boy in the world. Look at the little hippie I'm being. But let's load it up, and let's load it up on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, etc. I'm waiting for the first one today. Come on, let's go. Load it up. We haven't had many big drops this week, and while I'm very proud of that, and I think it's great that we've been knocking it out without big drops, it really does take the pressure off when someone like People Pleaser comes in with, like, he came in with 200 yesterday. That's insane, but, you know, 50s and hundos, those always look nice on paper. Let's go into the Daily Wire stuff, shall we? Oh, no. Guys, come on. Just prove to me that you can handle this. Prove to me that you can. So last week, we mentioned that Jeremy Boring was stepping down as the CEO of Daily Wire. People were like, oh, my God, Daily Wire's having financial problems. Daily Wire's in trouble. What is Ben Shapiro going to do? Daily Wire's on the verge of folding. I don't think that's the case. They're selling to some global hedge fund, or what do they call? They don't call them hedge funds anymore. They call them multi-something shit, dog, fuck. I'm a business guy, can't you tell? So Jeremy Boring steps down, but he's still with the company in some capacity. He's just not the CEO anymore. I believe they're making way for one of these guys that are buying the Daily Wire. One of their guys is going to be CEO, so it's just part of the deal. Well, then yesterday, the president of the Daily Wire, John Lewis, stepped down. By the way, Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, John Lewis, Jesus. I think Matt Walsh might be the only non-Jew there. And now people are pushing Matt Walsh. They're like, Matt, you're big enough. You can leave. Fuck off. Bail on the Daily Wire. It's a sinking ship. Get out of there. I can't imagine that super Christian Matt Walsh is too happy about having a boss who like constantly takes shots at Jesus, which is a bad look if you're a Jewish guy taking shots at Christ. Matt Walsh has taken a lot of goy abuse over at the Daily Wire, and people on Twitter are right for once. Matt Walsh is big enough to take off on his own and do his own thing. Look at what Candace Owens has done. They found out last week Candace Owens had more views than Ben Shapiro last month, so she's eclipsed Benny. Candace Owens, who's the other girl who left? Brett Cooper left and is doing very well. Now you basically got Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, and that's about it for the Daily Wire. And if Matt Walsh leaves, who is there other than Ben? So you got Jeremy Boring, you got this John Lewis. They're both stepping down. He was the top lieutenant to recently ousted CEO and co-founder Jeremy Boring. Sources say his departure was inevitable after internal backlash over the company's financial mismanagement. Now, that's the other rumor out there. There's a rumor out there that they're being bought by somebody. So they're clearing out the head management positions because the new ownership is going to, swallow those up. There's the other rumor that the Daily Wire sunk a bunch of money into trying to make movies and trying to make a streaming service and all this other shit. They overestimated the public's demand for a conservative streaming service, and the company's been burning through money, and now they're having financial problems. Is that true? I don't know. I don't follow close enough to know if that's true. I would have no way of, getting at the Daily Wire's books, but they're losing people. At this point, I think it's 50-50. Either 50-50 the company's in trouble, or 50-50 they're being bought out by some super conglomerate that wants the Daily Wire under their thumb. That's kind of the thing with these big lefty or righty media companies. They get really, really big, and then a corporation buys them, and then that thing that used to be intrepid and rebellious now becomes kind of a kept woman, if you will. You can venture out into the right wing, but not too far, because then the corporate thumb comes down. I actually think that that's beneficial to Ben Shapiro to sell off and let somebody else own it, because Ben's not dangerous. Ben's not a guy who goes out there and gives, oh my God, this is a take that really shakes up the status quo. Ben is the status quo. Ben plays safe within the margins. Remember his take on JFK. As soon as the JFK files came out, and we saw that, Israel was heavily implicated. The CIA wanted to redact Israel's name. Kennedy didn't want them having nukes, wanted reparations paid to the Palestinian people, wanted AIPAC to register as a federal agent, all this other stuff. And then the CIA insinuating that as soon as they take care of their Kennedy problem, they'll be fine with, with their new friends in Israel. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And then after that all came out, Ben Shapiro went, why does it matter who killed JFK? JFK was killed in 1963. It doesn't really matter. But people are saying, I wonder who killed him. Wink, 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 wink. Look at my hat. They're talking about Jews, folks. So I don't think it really matters who killed JFK. Happened like 1963. That's like forever ago. Like, he turned into a Valley Girl as soon as Israel was implicated in the JFK assassination. It's just interesting to me. That's all. Actual Steel Toe fan says Brett Cooper is a draw. My daughter and her buds like her. Really? So Brett Cooper is a thing, and they didn't want to pay to keep her. Remember when Crowder turned down that deal to go to the Daily Wire, and it was like $12 million a year. But if he got banned on YouTube, they'd take a certain amount. And if he got banned on Twitter, they would take a certain amount. And Crowder walked from it. And I think he was a little piece of shit scumbag for secretly recording his conversations between himself and Jeremy boring, but, you know, Crowder is now the number one guy on Rumble, and he's leaving YouTube, and he seems to be making millions of dollars a year still, just being the main man at Rumble. And Daily Wire is obviously going through some sort of transition. I don't want to say Crowder won yet, but, and I know this isn't very popular because Crowder's like Mr. Christianity and whatnot. I think Crowder dumping that wife might have been the best thing for him. I mean, it sucks because it was very public and, you know, she's still running him through the mud as exes will. I currently have an ex running me through the mud, but he's a special case. Look, he's got his own problems. Let's not. So I think Crowder ditching that wife might have worked out best for him because I think he is kind of an angry conservative guy who might not be the biggest fan of women and, you know, whatever. You do you. And I think having to keep up that, you know, dad, husband, morality facade was kind of holding Crowder back a little bit. Now he can be a piece of shit and be gay if that's who he is. But I think getting rid of that wife was the best thing Crowder has done because outside of losing the not gay Jared case, he's actually been doing okay. Things have seemed to stabilized for old Steven. Meanwhile, Ben, I don't know what's going on, and we'll find out in a little while here. But something's going on over there at the Daily Wire. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says the Daily Wire was pitching corporate on running a conservative reboot of Wishbone on our pump TVs. They wanted way too much money. They're struggling financially. Okay. Papa Shop says Daily Wire was never intrepid and rebellious. Just people just realized the Judeo-Christian bent. Yeah. Bigot says, how is Brett's replacement? I bet she's dog shit. Well, she's just some producer chick that they had. Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro have this really arrogant attitude that we made Brett Cooper. Not we gave Brett Cooper a platform and she became popular. We made Brett Cooper, so we'll just plug in another chick and she'll be the next Brett Cooper. And it's this blonde girl who was a producer. They plugged her in there. She's not doing as well. And Brett Cooper Brett Cooper, didn't she have like her first day on YouTube and she was at like 250,000 subscribers? Before she'd even posted a video, it was insane. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 over on PayPal. I got excited to see the PayPal open up. $1 from Trucker 18-wheeler says, wait, Aaron has MS? News to me. No, and thank you very much for interrupting with that $1 drop about MS. Appreciate it. Still $300 away, guys. Let's get moving. Let's have an easy day today. Let's continue on the road we've been on yesterday. Yesterday was a great day. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Those are my favorites. Steel Toe Media, Inc. over on Venmo. Shapiro doesn't have dual loyalty. He has loyalty to one country, and it ain't America. I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree. Actual Steel Toe fan. I didn't say it was a she, bro. I think you missed the joke there. You're a Steel Toe fan now, but you started out a big-time Steel Toe hater. You still got a little bit of that spike, those spikes on your back. You still get a little chihuahua shaky from time to time. Just drop. I've been telling you, drop that guard. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Actual Steel Toe fan, let's give him another shot. Everybody gets another shot. Says the story was that the croc that replaced Brett was her best friend on the show, the young chick that watched see the new one as being catty. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't, and also, like, there was no reason to like her other than the Daily Wire told you to. Do you like Brett Cooper? Here's a girl who looks nothing like her. What's the name? We could find the channel and we could watch a little bit of her. Because the Daily Wire keeps your channel when you leave, and you have to start your own. Daily Wire girl. Maybe that'll work. The comments section. That's what it is.
Well, Meghan Markle's new show
all right, you're bothering me. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think I can see why. I think I can see why somebody is on the Daily Wire. Oh boy, let's watch a little.
Every time I pull up a news feed, I am just shocked to see what I find. And
I'm not. Every time I pull up a new Daily Wire personality, I am not shocked to see what I find. Oh my goodness. Oh man. If I were to make one of those pictograms of what this woman was, I would put a pile of ashes plus a Ken doll plus a Nazi. Ash Ken. Nazi Ash Ken. I thought it was clever. I might have been too clever. I liked it. Holy schnozzoli, Batman. Jesus Christ. So this is who they got to replace Brett Cooper. They just said, put a chick in there. We'll be fine. And I think, is that the same set?
And a Trump dating Tiger Woods certainly was not on my bingo card.
Did not see that coming.
But a few days ago, Tiger Woods tweeted out photos of himself with Vanessa Trump, Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, officially announcing their relationship status.
Wait a minute, then she's not a Trump. I thought this was one of the Trump daughters. That's not you don't fuck a Trump and marry him and then you're a Trump forever. That's not how that shit works. She's outside the circle of trust, bro.
Love is in the air and life is better with you by my side. We look forward to our journey through life together. At this time, we would appreciate privacy for all those close to our hearts. These photos.
Just in case she takes a driver to my fucking windshield as I'm backing out. Or was it a pitching wedge? What did Elin Nordgren use when she tried to fucking decapitate Tiger with his own golf clubs? When she found out he was fucking every Denny's waitress from here to Nanking. I think it was either a wedge or a driver. Either way, I bet you Trump's having a real attack of conscience here. He's like, God, I could go golfing with Tiger, but I'd have to be around my son's. It's a tough one. It's tough. So this is what the comment section with Brett Cooper has become, huh? It's just become some random Jewish chick talking gossip. I don't think it's doing quite as well. Approachable says, don't give a shit who any of these people are. You can always count on Approachable whenever we talk about something to go, yeah, why should I be? He's like never impressed by anything guy. Hey, if I can, why don't you just do 4 hours of you just saying things accidentally gay and I can clip them and that can be like the whole show. Don't talk about anything that might be interesting or that we could go somewhere with or the really funny jokes that we've made so far in this segment. Excuse me, Aaron. I personally don't care about this. I personally don't care. Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with MSO. Mr. Approachable is very unapproachable. It's very strange. Ryan the Garbage Man says her nose is not proportionate to the rest of her face. Hey, that's enough. Who cares who killed JFK? Knock it off. Quit digging, quit looking for answers, and just accept what we tell you. So Ben then went on the Megyn Kelly show. Hey, can we get Mr. Approachable's thoughts? Like, can I play this Megyn Kelly clip? Does he care about Megyn Kelly? You know, and Mr. Approachable, very, very big talk for someone I never see on that board. I tell you, you know me. Like, if a people pleaser came to me and he said, Aaron, I don't really give a shit about this. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Right away, sir. I'm going to get you a different plate, sir. You're right. This burger is shitty and soggy, sir. Here's another burger. Approachable in the free chat going, don't give a fuck. Okay. Sorry. So Ben Shapiro is talking to Megyn Kelly about this. Let's see. Now, Approachable, can you please let us know if it's okay that we play a Megyn Kelly Ben Shapiro clip? He says, you can play it. I'm still not going to give a shit about who she is or what she has to say about whoever. Okay. All right. We're going to start calling Approachable the cactus because he's prickly and you should kind of give him some space. McBuster says Megyn Kelly is a handsome, older cougar lady. Are women handsome? Do we use handsome? That doesn't seem right. Using handsome for women. women are attractive or hot or whatever word the kids are using today, but I don't think we go with handsome. All right, so Megyn Kelly just got it straight from the horse's mouth. She said, hey, you guys fucking up financially, and wouldn't you believe it, Ben Shapiro said they're not. So, to all of you who think the Daily Wire is having money problems, you can put that to bed right now. Ben Shapiro says they're fine. Let's take a listen.
Last but not least, the so-called God King of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, who's been on this podcast many times, who is your partner in founding the Daily Wire, is no longer co-CEO, along with Caleb, who was his co-CEO for years. And now he's going to be doing something else. So there's all sorts of chatter about this online, Ben. People's tongues are wagging. People who used to work for the Daily Wire suggesting this was a terrible implosion and that Jeremy was impossible to work for, etc.
You know what I don't like? I don't like when the two people who are on the show are clearly working together, but they won't just say it. Like, because the way Megyn is phrasing this, she's kind of in a dismissive tone, talking about the people who are theorizing that this is a problem for a company. I don't think companies that are in a good place keep changing, CEOs and presidents and right-hand man. I don't think you have a whole front office shakeup because, goddamn, things are just going so well, we got to cut everybody loose. That's usually not a good thing. So maybe it doesn't mean they're in trouble. Maybe it does mean they're getting bought out and that company wants to put their own people in there, which is totally fine. But to just have this dismissive, shitty attitude towards the people from the outside looking in and going, boy, I mean, your CEO's gone, your president's gone, the CEO's right-hand man is gone. I mean, you've been burning through a lot of money. You've been losing a lot of talent. You could be forgiven for saying 2 and 2 looks like 4 with this Daily Wire thing. It could be 5. It's possible. But if you look at it from the outside and you go, this looks like a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of thing, for Megyn Kelly to have, either have Ben Shapiro on to answer these questions or just read a statement from him and share his opinion and be done with it. Because if you're going to have him on and give the appearance that, hey, we're going to hold Ben's feet to the fire, we're going to ask him what's going on with the Daily Wire, only for you to then just kind of be cunty and dismissive towards people criticizing him and then going, all right, Ben, I paved the road for you. Drive the car. I don't like that.
What is the truth?
I mean, the truth is that Jeremy stepped down to pursue things like Pendragon, which is the single biggest, I think, entertainment offering ever put forward on the right side of the aisle, ever by a long stretch. And people are going to be
It's
blown
like a Game
away
of Thrones series that you guys are
it's unbelievable.
producing
It's
right now.
unbelievable. Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be Sci-Fi Channel presents Game of Thrones, or like an even cheaper version of that. Yeah, because everybody stops being the CEO. Like, if a company's super successful, like we've always seen where like the CEO of Coca-Cola steps down from being the CEO of Coca-Cola to develop a sitcom. I mean, that always. Remember when Steve Jobs left Apple because he wanted to make home improvement? No, Steve Jobs left Apple because the board at Apple said, get the fuck out of here. You're burning through our money with silly projects. Knock it off, Steve. Get out. They kicked him out of his own company. I agree that this doesn't necessarily mean that the Daily Wire is burning down, but to sit there and go, well, the reason Jeremy Boring stepped down as CEO is because he really wanted to work on this dork comic book thing. Deal. Come on, do better than that. Ben could dispel all of these rumors if he would just, and all of these groups could dispel any rumors they have about them if they just told the truth, which is, look, we're probably going to get bought out. This is the day you wait for when you create something, you sell it to some billionaire, and you get fucking paid. That you could end it with that.
it's like high fantasy, Arthurian legend, 7 episodes at very high cost. I mean, it is a major, massive project. And
So gay nerd shit. Just say that. Jeremy stopped being CEO of an allegedly successful right-wing company so that he could do gay nerd shit. Okay. I remember when the CEO of Culligan back in the 90s, he stepped down at the height of Culligan mania. He stepped down so that he could play a shitload of Dungeons and Dragons. It was a difficult decision for him. lot of people saw it as a lateral move at best, but I think he's been happy.
He has to go in.
You know who that man was? Mitch Kupstein.
Has to edit that. We have to figure out exactly how we're going to market that. We have other creative projects that Jeremy is going to work on, that Jeremy wants to work on, and that Jeremy is involved with. And frankly, the day-to-day management of a very large and growing company was not, I think, in his view, conciliant with that mission, which is
Right. So this makes a lot of sense. When you have a large and growing company and you're the guy in charge of it, but you have other things that conflict and take up all your time, you always drop the whole running a major multinational growing company. Look, I can't paint the trousers of my orc people in my spare time if I have no spare time. I have to stop being the CEO of this giant company so that I can paint the pants on my orc people. If I can't do this, my fucking head's going to explode.
Is for him to do more creative projects, to do more on the entertainment side. And frankly, I think for Jeremy, that's where a lot of his heart is as well. And so he wanted to put more focus in that as we mature as a company. As far as all of these sort of bizarre rumors that we're in serious trouble. Oh no, everything is bullshit. I mean, as somebody who looks at the balance sheet, I can tell you that is certainly not the case. And we are healthy, we are growing, we are thriving, and we have extreme.
Right. We bring on a bunch of goy to do shows for us, and then once they actually get to be expensive talent, we just cut them loose and put some Jewish lady in there. So, although I think Brett Cooper was Jewish, so I was more on the side of, this idea that they're selling the company. They're selling it off to somebody. But oddly enough, Ben's answer on the CEO thing makes me believe more that they're in some kind of trouble. I was going into this like, hey, Ben, just, straighten this up. It's silly. It's internet speculation. But the way he danced around Jeremy Boring, he's not dancing around it if his answer was honest and I believe his answer. I don't believe him. I don't believe that Jeremy Boring voluntarily stepped down as CEO because he wanted to work on his fantasy drama. I just don't buy it. So I don't, something's going on there. I still think they're getting bought out, but just be honest about that. Bappa Shab says the bigger his people's influence spreads, the bigger surface area of his hat. Good. I'm not the only one who notices that yarmulke has gotten bigger over the years. It used to be it used to blend into the hair a little more. You could tell at the beginning that Ben's like, I want to observe my religion, but I don't want too many people to see the yarmulke. But then as he got more successful and more brazen, he's like, I'm going to put the biggest fucking yarmulke you've ever seen on my fucking head. And I'm just going to tell the world I'm a Jew, deal with it. To which the rest of the world's going to respond, bro, we knew. It's okay. You don't have to wear the hat if you don't want to. End of Silence says, Aaron stepping down as the head of Steel Toe to start his own extra small fleshlight company. Yeah, but then we could finally get into the Asian market. So, there's no way he tweezes his own eyebrows, says McBuster. It's always good when you go through these big conversations about these places and then you read the chat and you're like, this is all just going right over the head, isn't it? I just wasted a whole shitload of time. I'm like, all right, well, Daily Wire, what's going on? This is very interesting. And then somebody goes, I bet you that guy doesn't tweeze his own fucking eyebrows. And you're like, I've really been thinking too much about this. The Steel Toe audience has a great way of putting things in perspective. Coltrane says, Aaron, maybe get one to cover your bald spots. You know how silly it would be to wear dual yarmulkes right here? That would look strange. I don't need them back here. Everything's nice back here. My yarmulke landing zone is fine. I need something else for the side runways. Bappa Shab, that is a disgusting rumor. How dare you? I don't have a wife. Yul Brenner's Balls with 199 says, you ever accidentally put it in the wrong hole? All the time, Yul Brenner's Balls. No, Approachable, I don't owe you an apology because I really liked doing that. I enjoyed it. And if people liked it or didn't like it is up to them. The point is, I will do on this show what I find interesting, and hopefully you guys do too. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. $300 away from today. Approachable is right in one sense. We have made fuck all in the first 45 minutes of today's show. We're almost to the $5 mark. Let's not have one of these days today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's get going. This isn't like, ha, funny, fuck with Aaron time. Let's bring it down. Let's have a good day today. Missed by 60 Monday. We're still chasing that dragon. I want to have a 7th straight perfect week. We got a good show today. I promise we do. Let's create the most optimum standards possible to have that great show, especially if you haven't thrown in a long time. You got a few bucks. Throw in a little bit. Let's knock it down. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a fucking room. So it's not like 8 o'clock and I'm like, we're at 2:15. Let's get ahead. Let's keep going. Everybody throw in throughout the show. Just like yesterday. Yesterday was perfect. Let's do it like that. And also, this leaderboard is wide open. Let's get in there. If you want to dunk, man, fucking dunk. Let's go. I'm tired. I just don't want to. I really hate getting excited for shows. And then like 45 minutes in, I'm like, fuck. Is it going to, because then you start getting in your head, you go, is it going to be one of those days again? And you're like, yeah, probably. And there's nothing you can fucking do about it. There's something you can do about it. Let's do something about it. Let's move. I loved this new Harry Sison that we got for like 15 minutes on Monday. Unfortunately, it went away right away. I wish this kid would adopt this new persona as like, I just troll for pussy on the internet and all my liberal takes are just gay to sucker in stupid blue hairs. I would love if that was the new Harry Sison. Unfortunately, he backed down. I don't know if you guys saw this on Monday. Harry Sison tweeted out, because the new thing with Harry is that, we all thought he was just the gay kid who did liberal shit on the internet for DNC money. I mean, he still is the liberal gay kid who does liberal shit for DNC money, but we found out that this guy has just been using his liberal fame to troll for progressive pussy, and he's just been being like a hyper shitbag about it, and it's kind of endearing. Like, the opinion we all had of Harry Sison originally was like, oh, this fucking Mo, Jesus Christ. Now we found out he's like aggressively Snapchatting chicks and being like, show me pictures of your butthole. It's like, whoa, that is not the Harry Sison I thought existed. And by the way, not hyperbole. So over the weekend, more Snapchats came out, and there was one of him asking a girl, what you doing? Send booty hole pics. Oh, our little boy's growing up. How brazen. So, like, he was trying to get titty pics, pussy pics, butthole pics. Like, he's an orifice man. And Mr. Sison was trying to get orifice pics from, like, 11 women. He had a rotating roster of 11 women. And they were all, you can tell they were all either fucking him or sending him booty hole pics because they got really mad when they found out he had a roster of 11, and they all started coming forward. And then there was this other girl who was his friend, but she started fucking him. And then when she started fucking him, I think she expected Harry to be the boyfriend. Harry wasn't the boyfriend. She found out that he was trolling for booty hole pics, and then she decided to release this 10-minute diarrhea of the mouth TikTok vlog, whatever, just burning Harry down, talking about, she's talking about how this other guy is a piece of shit, and Harry, like, didn't call the cops or something, so Harry's a piece of shit. It's like, ma'am, I know you're a jilted ex. I know that you're, all worked up because Harry didn't wife you up or whatever, but let's kind of stick to the facts at hand. The facts at hand is Harry somehow is a player, and the pimp got caught. Player got played. The lever got left. What goes around comes back around, I guess. Oh, God damn it, I forgot. I hate it don't you hate it when you're making a point and you forget the Eric Church lyrics you were quoting? Maybe he got what he needed, but he ain't got to be a big fan. The don't go end of a goodbye, but the do side of a give a damn. He's a very talented artist. You guys really should give him a more fair shake. So Harry Sison tweeted. He finally responded. He kept his silence this whole time. Harry Sison finally responded to these allegations of him asking for booty hole pics. And he tweeted out, "MAGA is mad that I have game, LOL." And I've got to be honest, guys. I've got to be fair. I don't let my politics get in the way of a fair assessment of these things. Harry getting booty hole pictures and titty pictures and pussy pictures and getting laid, and him tweeting the response to it of "MAGA is mad that I have game." I think it's good. I think that was the shot he should have shot. Unfortunately, he hit a few replies and deleted the tweet shortly after. No. Harry, you know how much respect I would gain for Harry Sison if he just embraced this thing and was like, fuck yeah, I'm going to treat women like shit and talk about how taxes should be higher. If he was like, I'm going to advocate for trans people in bathrooms and then I'm going to fuck your bitch. Like that would be, I would respect that. I want to see that Harry Sison. I don't want to see Joe Biden is fine and the Democrats are going to kick Trump's ass and it's just going to be, we're going to fuck you guys up. No, I want to hear him go like, let's pick one. Like, I'm not for equality. I'm for equity. And after I defeat you in this debate, I'm going to expose your girl's butthole to some equity. That's the kind of Harry Sison I want. Not Harry Sissy. Show me Harry Sison. So we have a few more of some of the Snapchats that are in the comments for this are funny. That's one where he sent the Snapchat, "God, that ass is fat." That's a creepy jaw to have smiling back at you after you send a butthole pic. And then this one. Yeah, this was another. So Harry Snapchatted some girl and said, "I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting." But that's just me. You see what I mean? Like he put that gay liberal flavor into his flirting and his sexy talk. Like, oh yeah, baby. You know what they say about Democrats? Our top dick bracket is higher too. Like you could play with it a little bit. But I don't know, man. I don't really see this as a negative for old Harry. I mean, we all thought he was a giant homo going into all this. Now we find out that Harry Sison, you know, for better or worse, I mean, yeah, it's stinky hippie pussy, but he gets pussy. Lander says, "Aaron, shut the fuck up. Harry is obviously a fucking gay F word." I mean, maybe, but I like this Harry better than the other. I mean, the other one was just a whiny bitch. At least this one's trying to look at some buttholes. Eating clams with a good point, though. Butthole pics, what a queer. It's all about the clam. Look, one at a time, all right? At least he's talking to girls, you guys. So he's got the wrong hole. Just like Yul Brenner's balls said, sometimes you get the wrong one. Klopogram says, Kiki said, "Hold my drink." Wait a minute. Do we have that clip of Keanu saying "White Claw break" and then scramming out of her chair as fast as she can? We should have a side-by-side of Harry Sison saying "send booty hole pics" and then Kiki scooting out of the room as fast as she can. That would be great. Yeah, Klopogram, when Harry's dumping a load into his chick, he's like, "Yeah, take a number, free abortion on me, girls. You know I'm pro-choice, right, baby?" Oh! Klopogram, Harry's pickup line, "Could I introduce you to Joe Biden?" Let's go to Coltrane. He says, "Only gay dudes try so hard to get asshole pics. If you get the correct angle, it looks the same as man asshole. A lot of dudes like this pretend. Friend of mine is gay and dated women for a bit." Hey, guys, don't ruin the new Harry Sison, all right? Let's enjoy this for as long as it lasts. I wish the little prick would have kept the tweet up, though. "MAGA's just mad that I have game." First of all, I don't think the MAGA people were mad. It was the libs that were mad. The MAGA people were surprised you weren't a Mo. I think that's what they were busy. Like, you kind of, I will give Harry Sison this. He stunned people. Like, he was kind of, when it came out, they were like, "Hey, did you hear that Harry Sison Harry Sison has been Snapchatting girls trying to fuck them and get pictures of their pussy, and people are like, wait, I think you said the wrong name. Like, that's MAGA people. MAGA people are like, no, you said the wrong name. And they're like, what? No, I didn't. No, you said Harry Sison. Yeah, Harry Sison. No, he's been Snapchatting girls and just getting pictures of their pussies and fucking them and shit. No. You said Harry Sison, the gay Democrat kid. Yeah, the gay Democrat kid. He's raw dogging bitches after a wine tasting. Although I will say this, you guys are right. Like, even like when liberals are pussy hounds, it's still got to be gay. Like, it's still got to be after a wine tasting. You know? If it's a rural conservative, it's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking raw dog your asshole after we watch an 80s tribute band at the VFW. You know, that's by a fucking dumpster that smells like old fish. Thank you, Wildcard. Says, still waiting to hear about a golf tournament. All right, you know what? Gray Duckling, thank you for the $100. Here's what we should, that's $100. That's a big drop.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Here's what we'll do. Since he just sent in $100, we're at $200 now for today. If we get that down to $100 by 8 o'clock, that means $100 in the next hour. Today, after the show, I call territory. I ask them about a tournament. If they don't go for it, I call the Sartell one, Blackberry, and I ask about a tournament. We'll go down the list and down the list. I'll even call Boulder. I think Boulder would be the most like amateur friendly of all the courses, a par 70 instead of 72. And we'll ask about a steel toe golf tournament. We get to $100 by 8 o'clock today. I'll call and ask. Waylon with $2 says, watching an 80s tribute band at the VFW, priceless. Yeah, see, like, I hate to brag, but very funny show. And I like it when you guys throw in the money during the very funny show. Klopogram says, Harry Sison, want to see my Green New Deal, ladies? Yes, you can have a lot of fun. Triple N, I'm not going to, I'll read that in a month, but very funny. Very funny. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, new Snap DMs just leaked a few hours ago. Just heard cocaine makes you a better bow hunter. Sent butthole now. That one got me. That was a good one. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for the $100. I appreciate it. And again, if we get, there's Gray Duckling with another $50. He says, okay, people, 50 more. Wow. Gray Duckling wants me calling on that golf tournament. 175. That now puts Gray Duckling $35 away from People Pleaser for first place this week. Wow, there's Doorman with $100. Holy shit. Doorman says, let's get weird. All right, I'm calling on that. Doorman's now in the top 3 as well. And I am officially calling on a golf tournament today. Well, I was kind of wondering. I was like, man, what am I going to do today? I'm going to take a day off from the gym. I'm going to clean the house a little bit. Well, it looks like I'm going to be on the phone with golf courses. How far down are you guys willing to go? Like, if I call golf courses, I figure if we do this in like August, like if we give this the most amount of time possible, or like late July, maybe at the earliest. How many people do you need for a golf tournament that a golf course will be like, all right, we'll do it? What do you need? Like 50 people? If we get 50 people for a golf tournament, will that be good? Or is that like too many for a golf? Either way, like if we co-promote it with the golf course, like you'll get steel toe people and you'll get golf course people. That'll be a pretty nice deal. You can have cash prize. Rated R Superstar says do Wapakata. Okay, that's not a bad idea either. I like Wapakata. Actual steel toe fan says maybe don't let them know it's steel toe. Well, it's going to come up at some point, buddy. Dinosaur Fuel says 700 people. Ooh. 700. That's a little. Clopogram says 10 to 20. Really? If you have 10 to 20 people, they'll count that as a tournament? Nah, we got to get 50. Actual Steel Toe fan says, imagine Steel Toe and golf course people mixing it up. It'll be like, remember in Caddyshack where the caddies got pool time? It'll kind of be like that. Well, guys, you got today's goal down to $55. So, holy shit, what a day so far. Thank you very much. Finish it off. And then if you knock out that other 60, we're back on track. MSO says 750 people is not a lot for a tournament. Okay. Chips and Diff says May golf tournament during the day and then Stoney's party that night. We are tentatively planning, and if everything goes right in April for me, we are planning a celebration at the end of May, May 31st at Stoney's. It's not official yet, but boy, that could be fun. How many people do you need for a golf tournament? PGA Tour events have a field of 156 players. Well, we're not looking to put on for a local. Let's call it a local. For a local golf tournament, you want to aim for at least 24 players, but ideally 36 to 48. Oh, we could fuck that number up. 36 to 48 people for sure. How do you have a tournament at a golf course? To host a successful golf tournament, start by forming a planning committee, securing a venue and a date, choosing a tournament format, and then focus on registration, marketing, and event logistics. You think we could do a 2-day tournament? You think we could do a Saturday, Sunday thing? You shoot 2 rounds. We average them together and see who wins. That would be kind of fun. That would be fun. Gray Duckling with $5 says we'll break some record. Most N-words screamed. I'd rather we didn't try to do that. You know, they allow them on golf courses now, guys. I know this is central Minnesota, but still. I'd like it if we could. Do you think we could have a little class? A little? Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says Harry Sison is covering up the fact that he wants to get pegged. Well, there could be that too. I mean, that's fair. All right, guys, $50 even away from today's goal. Knock it out. Finish it off. Let's call it a win. That's what I meant. 750,000. Wait, what? MSO. 750,000. Oh, he was trying to do the Fargo thing. God damn it. Why do I suck so bad at my job? 750 is not a lot. 750,000 is a lot. $1 from Coltrane says 1 tequila shot for each shot over par. Oh my God, I'll fucking die. You guys got to remember, my goal this summer from my first round of golf to my last round of golf is one time break 90 this year. The only thing is, like, last year I got driving down and I'm pretty decent with fairway irons. So, like, now, like, you can break 100 if you can drive straight and you can hit fairway irons. That's all you need to do to break 100, because then you'll just fuck everything up around the green. You'll be fine. To break 90, you got to learn to either chip well or putt well. And to break 80, you got to do everything right. Like, you have to be able to do, like, I can't imagine breaking 80, because that's just like, it would almost be boring if you were that good. Like if you were nearing a scratch golfer, because 72 is scratch, right? If you were breaking 80 and pretty much a scratch golfer, that means every hole's the same thing. Crush my drive, hit a great approach shot, 2-putt. Great drive, hit a great approach shot, 2-putt. Like, you know what's fun about my game? I'm fucking terrible. So me being fucking terrible, like, kind of helps in a weird way. Joe Smash with $20 says golf tournament. Well, there we go, guys. There's another 20. Thank you, Joe Smash.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Oh, and of course for you, Doorman. Sorry about that.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
There we go. $30 away from knocking out today's goal, 90 from doing an hour of overtime. Dinkelman says, my best golf outing was a 74. My handicap is +4. Nice. My handicap, legit, probably 25. 25 is probably my handicap. That is not a brag, of course. Somebody says, if you do scramble, do 2 teams a hole, 4 people on a team. I don't like teams. I don't like best ball. You know what game I learned recently, though? If we want to do a partners tournament, you know what game I learned recently? Vegas. Have you ever played Vegas? I'm trying this year. You got to get 4 people together. So you and a partner golf. You each hit your own ball. You each play your own round, right? Let's say one of you gets a 5, the other one gets a 7. Your score for that hole is 57. The other group ahead of you, they get 2 6s. That's 66 altogether. They owe you $9. You understand? Now, if you get a 10, the 10 goes first. So you get 10, and then the other guy gets 8. That's 108. You see? It sounds like the money could really run up quick. But, like, if one of you is good, you'll win a shitload of money. Because, like, even if you get 9s all round, theoretically, but the other guys scratch, you're getting 49s, 59s. Kind of sounds like a fun game. I want to try that one this year. Until I lose like $40, $50, and then I'm like, well, this fucking sucks. I don't like it. Bapa Shab says, Vegas, partners tournament. Don't you remember how that ended last time? That's a good point. Cockdiff says, scrambles are a blast, dipshit. All right, I'll figure it out. I'm going to call the golf courses today. And you guys donated a shitload of money. You want a golf tournament, so the demand is there. We'll do the golf tournament. $30 away from today's goal. Go ahead and knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. What a day. What a start. Thank you guys so much. I have a feeling that we're going to drop a lot throughout the show today as the haters drop off because they're all bitter. That today is another win for the toe. We have another race hate crime hoax. Oh my, I can't believe it. It's almost like this happens all the fucking time. LaTarsha Brown, who is on the Allentown, Pennsylvania school board in Pennsylvania, found a noose in her office. Because, you know, we do that still. These right-wing crazies just go into black people's offices and just throw nooses in there and leave. You know, like Bubba Wallace found a noose in his garage, hanging from the garage door, in the same place where you'd take a rope to pull the garage door shut. Oh, it was just the thing that pulls the garage door shut. It wasn't a noose. Okay, interesting. That's fascinating. Okay. There was also a college where some black kid hanged himself. Very tragic. It was a very tragic story. But then everyone on campus went, oh, it was clearly a hate crime. And it was clearly a serious issue. And this was we have a racism problem on campus. No, he just did it to himself. It's so gross that people want to be victims so bad. And also because as a society, we've attached value to being a victim because we're all untreated mental illness now. So now if you can become a victim, that's better than like earning it, you know, than like accomplishing something or doing something. If you can become a victim, we're going to give you all kinds of attention. We're going to give you all kinds of, kudos, and you might even get to go to Disneyland. What a day, huh? So this woman in Allentown, Pennsylvania, this school board member, is now being accused of staging her own hate crime with a noose. She's a city employee. Not only that, she took up police officers' valuable time and resources, took more money out of the taxpayer's pocket to investigate this noose deal. She did it herself. And, you know, the worst part for people like her is that the next person that, let's say this ever happens to someone, which I don't think it does. I don't think people just throw nooses around willy-nilly. I bet you a lot of people under the age of 40 these days don't even know how to tie a noose. You know, they didn't get their not tying merit badge. They weren't in the Scouts because they wanted to stay unmolested. unmolested, folks. They didn't want their kids being touched. So the next, like, when this happens for real, nobody should believe it. Like, nobody should give anyone the benefit of the doubt on shit like this because people keep fucking lying about it. But this is the cops discussing the matter with the people of Allentown.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Roque. I'm the Chief of Police of Allentown. I'm joined at
This guy knows how to tie a noose, by the way.
the podium by Captain Steve Bilkovitz and Detective Harold Bonzer of our Criminal Investigations Division. The purpose of this press conference is to provide an update regarding the noose investigation.
You don't see the Jason Biggs gel the hair straight down and forward look American Pie thing anymore. He's bringing it back with the shaved sides. Like, there's a lot of different hairstyles being brought back on this one human head.
I want to take a moment to thank the following agencies who assisted in this case: the Lehigh County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Allentown Police Department conducted a thorough investigation, including interviews with persons, analysis of evidence, and consultation with the District Attorney's Office of Lehigh County. As a result of the subsequent investigation, LaTarsha Brown was charged with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree, and false reports to law enforcement, a misdemeanor of the 3rd degree.
Was it worth it? I mean, you're really kind of treating the cops like they're morons when you do shit like this, too. Oh, there was a noose in my office. I was being racially targeted. And the cops are like, all right, we're going to investigate this. We're going to look into it, and we're going to find out who did it. Like, dummy, that means you. Like, these guys are good at their jobs. They know what they're doing, and you're not exactly a criminal mastermind. So when the cops tell you we're going to investigate this and we're going to find out who did it, I mean, dude, I had a guy swatting my house and sending my wife and I at the time like really bad explicit images, and the cops found that person, and they were using burner phones and, secret phone numbers and shit like that, and they still found that guy. You don't think they're going to find some dipshit school board member? You don't think they're going to find some dipshit school board member who, faked a noose thing, a noose attack, I guess you could call it, in their office? They're giving you an out when they say, we're going to investigate and we're going to find this person. That's when you go, you know what? It's not really worth it. You know what? I'm sorry I called you down here. I changed my mind.
As in every criminal case, the fact that a warrant has been issued or a complaint has been filed is merely an accusation. The defendant is presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty.
Oh, sorry. I always get a kick out of that part.
In a court of law. I'm now going to ask Captain Milkovich to provide a summation.
Hi, yes, we're here to discuss the matter of the noose that was sitting in the office. It's a terrible John Malkovich.
This investigation. Good afternoon, everybody. Captain Milkovich, Criminal Investigations Division.
Nothing makes me sadder than the agent lost his bladder in the airplane.
January 10th, 2025 at
It's different than Cyrus the Virus. I apologize.
Approximately 7:11 a.m., Allentown City employee LaTarsha Brown arrived at her office on the 3rd floor of City Hall. At approximately 7:38 a.m., Ms. Brown notified the Allentown Police Department that she discovered what she believed to be a noose on her desk upon arriving at work.
How do you know it wasn't a coworker who, like, you always left your office door open, and that's like a doorknob fetcher? You just throw it at the doorknob, it cuts on it, you pull it, and then you can remember to shut the door.
Officers assigned to the Community Outreach Unit, Crime Scene Identification Unit, and Criminal Investigations Unit responded, initiating a criminal investigation to identify the individual responsible for placing the noose on Ms. Brown's desk. During the investigation, video surveillance and building access control records were reviewed to identify city employees present on the 3rd floor of City Hall between the time Ms. Brown left for work on the afternoon of January 9, 2025, and her arrival on the morning of January 10th.
Right, like, if you're going to make shit like this up, make sure you know your workplace. Like, clearly they have cameras. They can see that you were in there fucking around, planting your own noose.
Those employees were interviewed. Each was asked if they would provide a buccal swab for DNA testing if needed. Every employee agreed, except for Ms. Brown.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I mean, that's awfully suspicious behavior from someone who's suffering a terrible racial attack.
Initially cooperative, Ms. Brown later requested that the investigation be discontinued. The noose was submitted to the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab for DNA testing on January 14, 2025. On January 20...
So they were getting close. So she was like, no, we should cancel. No, done. Saddle. And they were like, nope, we got to see this thing through. Because by that point, they were probably like, oh, you don't understand. This isn't your complaint anymore. This is our complaint.
24th, 2025, a search warrant was approved by the Lehigh County District Attorney's Office for Ms. Brown's DNA, and a DNA sample was obtained that same day. On January 27, 2025, Ms. Brown's buccal swab was submitted to the Bethlehem Regional Crime Lab of the Pennsylvania State
What'd you
Police
find?
for comparison with DNA profiles recovered from the noose.
Uh-oh, what happened?
On March 10, 2025, the Forensic DNA Division of the Pennsylvania State Police issued a written report indicating that Ms. Brown's DNA matched the DNA profile obtained from the swabs of both the outer surface and inner knotted portion of the noose.
Oh, isn't it a shame? Isn't that the way they say it goes? So let's forget you're black and find me a noose, lady, if you can find it, so I can put it on my office desk just to show. It's the racism, I know. I've learned to take it well. I really hope for this lie. This lady burns in hell. Hey, I think that's our first ever operator parody on this show. I mean, is it that important to you to be a victim of fake racism that now look at how embarrassing this is. Not only are you facing charges, but everyone knows step for step exactly how you put this thing together. Bravo. Really bravo. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your elected officials.
After it was taken apart. No other person's DNA profiles found on the evidentiary items involved in this location.
Not even...
And I just want to say
Sorry. Wrong guy for this story. Not even Jussie Smollett. Let's take a look. There she is. That's who faked the noose attack. Oh, you put a noose on your desk. And why? What's the point? What are you like? If you didn't do this, I mean, is this just I don't get enough attention for being a black lady? Is this like I've been telling people how much racism there is? And now there's not as much racism as I told everyone there was, so I gotta make it? It's just, I mean, look at how fucking retarded you look now. Plus now there's charges and you're gonna have to go through that. You're gonna have to pay a fine. It's gonna be a big pain in the ass. You're gonna look stupid. I mean, kiss the job goodbye whenever the term is up. All because you wanted to be seen as LaTarsha Brown racism victim. Great work. Truly great work. Mussolini Diff with $2 says all those YouTube vids for tying nooses for nothing. Exactly. She learned how to tie a noose. She became an expert at it. She probably did it over and over, 10,000 hours and all that, right? And all for what? So she could get caught. Brilliant. It's kind of how it goes, Aaron. Black people are so desperate for a free ride and reparations, they go full retard. I mean, obviously not all of them, not even most of them. But like the ones that do, it's just, which one is it? Are you buying in? Like, are you like, yeah, it's racism and all this? Or are you like, we need to create the racism because it ain't happening out here? Which one, like, are you a true believer and it'll just happen on its own? Or, do you need to stir shit up and make it happen? $30 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's wrap up $30 before 8 o'clock. I already said if you guys got within 100 by 8, I would call on a golf tournament. If it's not that difficult to put a golf tournament together for an organization, we're going to have a golf event this year. Is it difficult to get a golf tournament together? Organizing a golf tournament requires careful planning and can be challenging, but with the right approach and resources, it can be a successful event. Isn't hard if you partner with the right venue. Right, because once I hand it off to the venue, right, like they've got people there that take care of that shit. So I just got to be the idea man and help them out wherever they need help. How much does it, oh, there we go. How much does it cost to put on a golf tournament? The cost to put on a golf tournament varies greatly depending on its scale and purpose, ranging from a few $100s for a small event to hundreds of thousands or even millions for a major championship. Well, don't worry about that. Few $100. Oh, God. That's easy enough, right? And then the golf course makes all their money off you and I paying to go rounds. Everybody. Whoa, okay, what would you guys rather have? Since we're going to do this since you guys have thrown in the money, you want to do the golf tournament, how do you want to do this? Would you rather do it at an easier course like Boulder Ridge but they don't have beer cart? Are beer cart girls a must for you? Because if so, if hospitality is like a big thing for you, I'm a territory guy all the way. Like for me, there's nobody better at running a golf course than Territory in St. Cloud. I think they do an incredible job. With Blackberry and Sartell being a close second. Wapakata's not bad either. But Rich Springs is okay. Rich Springs is probably the most fun bar after. Well, that patio at Territory is pretty nice, though, too. I don't know. I'll take your guys' opinion on it. If you're going to be one of the locals that would come out for it, let me know what you're looking for, and we'll make this as steel toe friendly as possible. Clapogram says, you mean is it hard if Steel Toe organizes it? Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. If I do it, is it going to be a shit show? King Kong Dong says Cold Spring is my favorite. I like Rich Springs. Territory is my favorite. I got you, bro. I'm a message you. All right, Dinosaur Fuel. You let me know where you're messaging me, and you'll get that all taken care of for us. Gray Duckling says, beer, yes, no to Territory. That's a difficult course unless we do scramble. Is Territory difficult? Maybe I've just... Well, look, if I can break 100 at Territory, then maybe... Hey, does it count breaking 9? If I break 90 this year at a par 70, where it's par 35, 9 holes, and you play those 9 holes twice, does that count as breaking 90 or no? It doesn't, does it? I didn't think so. I didn't think it counted. Shit. King Kong Dong says we can hit Stonies after if we do it in Cold Spring. That's a good point. I mean, am I an asshole? I find Rich Springs to be more difficult than Territory. Maybe I'm just a stupid asshole. Hulkamash says Blackberry is nice, but they're not the best for tournaments. We used to have our wrestling golf tourney there, and they're dicks now. Approachable says, let's put it this way, Aaron. You're going to be hosting an event where these monsters will show up. Now add easily accessible booze. I can see the press headlines already. Fauci's Pangolin says, just means you're not completely gay. If I break 90 at a par 35? Like, par 35 twice. I don't mean break 90 on 9. Hey, I didn't get any 10s. I don't know, man. This is something to think about. Because if I'm calling today, I'd like your guys' input on where you'd like it to be. I'd like to sponsor this event. $500 towards the event. Uh-oh. If I write, who is this? What is that? I don't want to write, who is this? That's the other thing. You pay for this with sponsorships, don't you? Oh, I don't want to make money on this. Like, our golf tournaments money makers? I'm going to feel kind of skeezy if I make money. Or do you give that away in prize money, right? That's what you do. I don't want to make money on it. Do you make money on a golf tournament? Let's take a look. So, yes, golf tournaments can be a good way to raise money for a variety of causes. I don't want to do that. I want to, I said, who is this? Sorry. And they just wrote back, stupid fuck. Well, that doesn't narrow it down. I mean, calling me a stupid fuck does. Well, here, if you're just going to say stupid fuck instead of telling me who you are, I'll read out your phone number on the show. And then if I read out your phone number on the show, somebody might recognize your number, and then they can tell me who you are. So now you have 10 minutes to answer the fucking question, asshole. Call me a stupid fuck for asking a question. Stoney's first annual golf tournament. That would be fun. Summerland is more the course for you. Coltrane says, have Bob Layton come with and absorb the steel toe energy. There you go. We'll call Bob. Hey, Bob, you want to come do this golf tournament with me? Has your case been adjudicated yet? Yes. All right. I think we might be able to be a part of this. The the Steel Toe and Ox first annual golf tournament. That's not a bad idea. Zen Man, that's not very nice. Actual Steel Toe fan says, oh, yes, Aaron, don't earn money by putting on an event. Beg instead. Far more honorable. No, what I mean is I would like to give that money back to the audience in forms of prizes. This is what I'd like to do. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dinosaur Fuel. You didn't have to call me a stupid fuck. You could have just said it's Dinosaur Fuel, and that would have been fine. All right, now I'm excited. Today turned into planning a golf tournament. Fun in the sun with a hamburger bun, right, guys? 5-0 in the 320 with $5 says could help raise money for Melton's bariatric surgery. Help the fatty out. How is he not on Ozempic? Like, he's the perfect guy for it. He's going to die. Like, the term morbidly obese is him. I mean, you're running, like, if you're a great big fat person, you're running out of excuses for being so fat because it's almost like you have to try to be morbidly obese nowadays with all the shit they have. And then, like, there's always the old school ways, like bulimia, you know? Holly Ghost with 199 says, what day is this potential tournament? I'm thinking I want to do it in July. Less chance for weather problems or anything like that. July or August, plus plenty of time to put it on. But if we get the ball rolling on it quick, could do a golf tournament during the day, a Stoney's show at night, because we want to do a comedy show at Stoney's on May 31st. We have some special guests lined up for it. I like to do it. Honky says NLO equals nobody likes Ozempic. Actual Steel Toe fan, do not sweep for him. You know he's morbidly obese. You've seen the pic. He has a fucking hunchback. He's so fat. Stop it. He needs a stick to wipe his ass. Let's be very serious about this. Oh boy, guys. Jeremy's chiming in. I would consider a small sponsorship depending on when it is. Okay. And you're a terrible businessman. Use the money to knock out the goal for a few days. Well, that's no. You're misunderstanding me. That's what I mean. If I make money off this deal, I'd rather just put it towards prizes or the goal. I don't want to keep it. I would feel dirty if I threw this event and I just shoved the money in my pockets. Like, it's a show thing, so it should be used for show things. That's what I'm saying. Definitely sponsor holes to raise money. You know what? You know who knows something about golf tournaments? SP. SP could help me. I bet you if I ask SP, she'd go, oh, I'd love to help you with a golf tournament. I'm just kidding. I'd probably trigger the fuck out of her if I asked her to plan a golf tournament with me. She'd be like, I don't want to hear the words golf and tournament. No fucking thank you. Sword Saint says hole sponsors with some hottie boombalotties. We could talk about this. The 10th hole is the Keanu butthole. Keanu butthole is the it's got possibilities. All right. Look at this. People are just sending in stuff like, I'll sponsor this, I'll do that. Oh my God. Sponsor a hole for 50 to 100 bucks. That's the way to get prize money plus entry fee. Okay. Guys, I think we've got this figured out. Dysrhythmia says, damn it, Aaron, be a real capitalist and keep the damn money. I will, but it will be attributed toward the goal. Do you understand? Like, instead of just pocketing the whole thing, or we use it to put on another show. You know, we'll lose. Look, I'm getting ahead of myself. All right. One thing at a time. After the show today, we call a golf course. That'll be step one. All right. Honky with $1 says souvenir idea for the golf tournament. Baldo shaped tees. Guys, these are all wonderful ideas. Just free flowing, free flowing. Actual Steel Toe fan says the Keanu Bisconti butthole. I love the idea. I love it. Johnny could be a drink cart girl. Right? Johnny as the drink cart girl. Great idea. Coltrane says Coyote Moon food is great right after a tournament. At Territory, you could hit up their menu. Aaron will snack on all-you-can-eat popovers. Well, isn't that sweet? Isn't that sweet? 25 away from this morning. What a fun day this turned out to be. Not so much a fun day for this fella. This kid in the red here, he was not happy about you know how you go to those different events, like at school you had career day, or you had there would be informational, what did they call them? Assemblies where there would be different booths up. Well, I think this is at a college. At some college, they had a pro-life booth. And a man who will never get an abortion in his life, I'm assuming it is the 2020s, who knows? This young man did not like the fact that there was a pro-life booth there. They didn't like I understand the pro-choice and pro-life argument. I understand them both. I get it. I'm not the person making the decision, so your call. But, however, that being said, I just came up with guys, I'm so distracted by this golf tournament idea. Can Stoney's sponsor a hole and do shots at a hole? Is that legit? Are you allowed to? I suppose if the course serves booze, Stoney's could do. I think that would be fun. And then you could get Iron Street Distillery to take the booze that they send out to liquor stores. You could have a 3rd Street brew house. Oh my God, we've got some opportunities here. What do you guys think? I thought of another idea. Should I reach out to my Leighton people? Should I see if they want to put this on together? Warm the waters a bit. There, guys, this thing could get big. This could get fucking weird. Steel Toe and the Ox present. Well, I think a lot of the Ox's audience will have to golf from the seniors tees, so we'll have to figure that one out. But it would give us a new demo. All right, let's go to this one. So I understand having a pro-choice point of view. However, seeing a pro-life stand or a pro-life display and losing your fucking mind, I've said this before, how do these people not understand each other? How do they not understand both sides of this issue? The pro-life side believes you're murdering a baby and they don't want to see babies murdered. If you disagree with the fact that it's a baby, that's fine. But just accept that they believe it's a baby, they think you're killing it, and try to understand that and go, okay, while I disagree with them, I can understand that I'm not going to change their mind that this is a baby. And if in their mind this is a baby, then yeah, I wouldn't want to kill a baby either. Because when you lose your mind at pro-life people that are just minding their own business, you really give off a vibe that you're super into killing babies. And it's not I'm sorry, but it's not a good look. It wasn't a good look for the Manson family. It's not a good look for you. And on the flip side, if you're pro-life, your whole thing is you're the nice Christians and you believe in life and you just want to protect the babies. So don't go after the pro-choice people who more look at it from it's almost like each side has agents and clients. The pro-life client is the baby. The pro-choice client is the woman having the baby. Now, each of them has representation. Let's try to understand that and approach the debate from there. rather than, yeah, fuck you, you hate women, you piece of shit, or you just want to see babies murdered. And, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say in 2025 America is, can we each try to understand each other a little better? Which I now understand makes me the fucking asshole. So you guys are right. Let's go to this. Let's watch this young man deal with seeing a pro-life display, which again, for young people, you're raised on the internet. A lot of these people have never really had to seriously confront something they disagree with, so they don't know how to handle it. This is another thing that not touching grass stunts you on, is dealing with people who don't think exactly like you do.
Well, I don't care. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. That's mean. I know, but I fucking hate you.
First of all, dude, you're gay. Abortion affects you so little. Like, why? You would, I would think gay dudes would be pro-life. Like, think about it. How many gay people grew up in a family where they maybe weren't very tolerant of homosexuals? And before they had kids you ask some of these rural people, you'd be like, if you found out your kid was gay in the womb, would you get rid of it? And some of their answers might be yes, some of these people. So you would think gay people would be like, hey, there are some of my family members who believe that, if I were never born gay, that would be better for them. I might be more amenable to the pro-life cause. Plus, if you're a gay dude, you ain't knocking anybody up, bro.
I don't care. I fucking hate you. Y'all are the people who are spreading propaganda that's letting the rise of fucking fascism and putting women down. That's not what it is. No, that's what it is.
See, like, so this is either at a community center or a college campus, and either way, dude, we got to work on our being in public skills. To say this is unacceptable behavior is an understatement. You can't see this is a college because he's wearing a backpack, or a high school. If you can't see a pro-life thing without throwing all their shit on the ground, again, this is the kind of shit that makes your side look bad. And we see a lot of it from that side. And don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not like solidly in with one camp or the other. But when it comes to the pro-life, pro-choice thing, I see a lot nicer people on the pro-life side, and I'm not going to pretend I don't, Gray Duckling with $2 says, first place, 6.5-inch vinyl sticker. I really want the prize money to be, really worth people's while. Would you rather have like a nice cash prize or like a big TV? Cash prize, right? Yeah, you want a fucking cash prize. You want like at least $1,000 for winning a golf tournament. Holly with $9.99 says, this golf tournament talk is making me too excited for a Wednesday morning on my way to work. I know, right? I'm so excited for golf. We got people lining up already. My phone's blowing up. I'll sponsor. I think that this golf thing is something we're going to keep coming back to on today's show. But also, I think that this thing is going to get a little bit bigger than I think it will. Because if we throw 200 people at a comedy show where you got to pay just to get a ticket to watch the comedy show, you can get a couple hundred people to do a golf tournament, and that's a shitload of people. What is a good prize amount for now all my Google search results are for a golf tournament? A few hundred to several $1,000s. Oh, well, fuck a duck. We can do that. Jesus Christ. You know what? For all of you Steel Toe fans who for years have been telling me, Aaron, do a golf tournament. Aaron, do a golf tournament. And I've been like, guys, I don't know. Everything I'm reading about putting on a golf tournament doesn't seem that difficult. It seems actually pretty easy. Oh, sorry. Let's probably do that. There we go. Von Kaiser, send me an email. I'm sorry, buddy. We'll get you hooked up there. $20 away from today's goal, $20 away from knocking this out and calling it another win for the toe. And then if you guys want to do the 60 from Monday and get yourself an extra hour, you're okay to do that as well. I loved this tweet today. This was a good one. I don't know who Derek Evans is. He's a former member of the West Virginia House. He tweeted, I really wish Matt Gaetz was the attorney general. I more agree with this second part. Pam Bondi is more worried about interviews than making arrest. If you're asking me, Aaron, who's the first Trump pick that you're definitely having buyer's remorse about, it's Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is definitely the one that I'm most disappointed in. I mean, Johnny and I were talking about it yesterday. That thing where Pam Bondi was like, oh yeah, I have all the Epstein stuff on my desk and it's ready to go. And then, oh, the FBI's withholding the files. Like, which one is it? Is the FBI withholding the files? Or did you have them all on did you have them all on your desk and the FBI stole them? Did the FBI's dog eat your Epstein files? What the hell happened? Like, I don't trust her because I feel like she's more into this for like the memes and like the making the base MAGA crowd happy than she is at doing her fucking job. Like, she got a lot of attaboys and great job, Pam, for saying that we're going to release the Epstein stuff. But then when she never did, I really don't feel like she got enough criticism for that. And by the way, no Epstein stuff. Like, we're still waiting. We're not going to forget. Get rid of her. If she can't pull this together, then get rid of her. Some people are worried about Kash Patel, too, because he seems like a dual loyalty, America is Israel, Israel is America guy. And that's, although if I read the Kennedy files and I was in the FBI, I'd probably, walk a fine line on that one, too. I like my head where it is, Coctive says, Aaron, you're already making an easy thing complicated. Landers says, Cash and Bondi are both AIPAC paid stooges. I worry about both of them. Yeah. I worry about that. Honky says, when Bondi was Florida AG, she was always on Fox. She hasn't changed. She likes talking to the press, and she likes over-promising and under-delivering. That's for sure. Kloppo says, you have to make the golf tournament limited amount. 50 to 70 people would be perfect. Entry fee to weed out time wasters. Well, yeah, I mean, you got to have an entry fee, right? But what? Hold on a minute. Let me see something. 70. That's that. Plus 18 holes. Is that. Plus, I don't know. How many sponsors are you going to get? Let's say 5 sponsors. Holy shit. That's how much money you can fucking on 70 people. All right. Minus, let's say $2,000 for the winner, minus 1,000 for second place, minus 500 for third place, minus 250 for longest drive, minus 250 for closest, minus 500 for a magical whole thing. Holy shit. And then you still got that much. It's fucking wild. I don't know how I'm going to do. I'm going to get some help and we're going to put on a killer tournament. Now I'm excited. Halada Vagina says beer cart, beer cart, beer cart. Here's the thing, though. You don't want like special beer cart girls. You want to let the girls who work at the course, you want to let them make the money. They want to make the money. Somebody says $50 entry fee would be decent. Yeah. And they're one-day tournaments, right? Like I talked about doing a 2-day thing. You're not going to do a 2-day thing. You don't do it that way. Budman says $2,000 people will be cheating. Oh, is that too much? See, Budman, you just fucked people out of prize money. I don't know how to break this shit down. Somebody says, Aaron's thought, holy shit, that many people could bring in that much money? How many goals could I make this? Dude, we're talking. Some of these numbers here are looking like a good month goal-free of steel toe, boys and girls. So let's have you know what? We should have a golf tournament every month. We'll fund this whole show through golf tournaments. Who would have thought? Somebody had Dill Pickle had an idea. Says, I got you on the Harry Sison Show Me Your Booty Hole sponsored hole. All right. I figure what, $100 to sponsor a hole? Come out and do your thing. You can call it whatever you want. Maybe I should make it more expensive than that because there are members of our audience who would sponsor a hole to advertise nothing other than to just make a really obscene hole sponsorship. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, can I just go to watch, drink, and quote Caddyshack? Yeah, you can come sit with me. I'm not going to be able to play in the tournament, though, am I? If I'm organizing the whole thing, I kind of got to be on watch, if you will. Hulkamash with $1 says, you're best off having a course reserve the day for you, so you charge appropriately for entry to cover the course for a day. Well, yeah, obviously. Obviously. Local news can get involved if you do it for charity. Some people say I'm a charity case. Local news loves me, by the way. Local news thinks I'm great. Hooters Girl says, how about a comedy show every month? Like you promised. I said 2 a year. Hooters Girl. And we're going on that. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Hooters Girl. Don't you. Hey, Missy, don't you get smart with me. Thank you very much. I love this story of the Chiefs receiver, Xavier Worthy. He's suing the chick who falsely accused him of domestic abuse. I like that. Like, too many people let these people get away with lying and getting away with stupid shit. And they're like, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm going to hold them accountable. Maybe not press charges, but you really did a number on my reputation, and I didn't do shit to you. You know, I mean, that's really something you ought to think of. It's something I've thought about. I mean, I passed on the idea, but it's something I thought about. Like, people say shit like that, and it's just markedly untrue. Fucking go get them. So this chick tried to make money off Xavier Worthy's ass. Or she tried to, say, oh, yeah, he did this to me, he did that to me, like lying her fucking ass off just to try and get attention, just to, she probably got dumped. What happened was she got left. It didn't work out the way she wanted. This is usually how it works. She got left. It didn't work out the way she wanted to. She thought she was in a power position. She ended up being wrong. So then she made some shit up to get back at the guy. That's psychotic fucking behavior. And for Xavier Worthy to go, no, you know what? I'm not just going to be happy this is over. I'm not going to be happy that I was exonerated on all this. I'm out for blood. I like that. Good for him. I hope he wins. I hope Xavier Worthy gets something out of this chick. And I hope she's broke. And I hope she has a really hard time paying it. I'm on Xavier Worthy's side on that whole deal. Hey, do you guys remember that taco shop in St. Cloud that got sued by Taco John's? They're having more trouble now. And I didn't know this, but they've got 2 locations. They're in Burnsville and they're in St. Cloud. It's a place it was called Taco Chon. Chon. And, St. Cloud has a very heavy, like, progressive, multicultural population. And by that, I mean douchey white hipsters. And they were trying to defend Taco Chon on this Taco John's thing. And it was so ridiculous. Because, like, Taco Chon, you're very clearly trying to play off the Taco Chon's name. And the whiteys here in St. Cloud were like, no, because in Spanish, it's kind of pronounced Sean. So it's like Taco Sean. It's like, yeah, a bunch of white folk from rural Minnesota are going to make that distinction. You know what you're doing. You know what you're playing off of. You got caught being cute, and it fucked you over. You got caught being cute, and it fucked you over. Willy Nilly said with 199 says, can't wait for Melton's lawsuit against you. For what? For the things he said? Good luck. Good luck. There's about 50 different videos you could show and go, a reasonable person could deduce from this. Boy, you guys have really been taking a lot of L's from Steel Toe and Melton World, haven't you? I see you guys reaching for a lot of shit now. I feel bad for you. You got to live your life vicariously through someone else. And that someone is me. You can't live without it. And then that person dunks on you every day. Yikes. Well, I tell you what, guys. Dream big. Dream harder. I know those dreams have never been coming true for you, but one day. One day. And it'll make you not sad. I encourage it. I think you guys are doing the Lord's work for us. So this Don Chon. So they had the Taco Chon name. They had to change it. They had to switch it. Because Taco John's was suing them, and they knew. I mean, their lawyers probably told them, look, you can fight this and you can lose a fuck ton of money and probably go out of business. Or you can change the fucking name. You can admit that you got caught. You can change the name and we can move on from this. So they became Don Chon. All right, so you got to use the Taco Chon name for a while. People thought it was clever, so they went in, they tried it, they liked it, they became customers. Now you change the name, and now you don't have to pay Taco John's a shitload of money. It's a win-win for you. You got away with it. Well, apparently now they're in more trouble. We've got this story from Fox 9.
We have an update for you this morning. A local Mexican restaurant that was at the center of a dispute over its name is facing a new challenge this morning. The restaurant, formerly known as Taco Chon, was sued by fast food giant Taco John's.
Wait a minute. No, but I thought it was Taco Sean. I had heard that it was Taco Sean. It wasn't Taco John's. You must be saying it wrong, newsman. Ugh. That was and everybody tried to make it like, oh, the little guy is fighting the big guy. It's like, no, the little guy tried to rip off the big guy and they thought they were too small to be noticed. And the big guy's like, no, we got time. We'll protect our name. It was really, because I got Taco John's back in that whole thing. Be like, you fucking sell out, you this, you that. It's like, come on, guys, don't be retarded. We're not 12 anymore. We're not fighting the man. Like, these guys tried to pull a fast one and they got caught. It happens. Move on.
In 2022, claiming copyright infringement, owner Juan Ramos ultimately decided to change the name to Don Chon last year.
Yeah.
Ramos tells us he is now facing eviction from his Burnsville location after getting behind on rent. Some loyal customers are now coming together to help raise money to ensure Ramos is able to continue serving.
Oh, there you go. That's how you do it. You got loyal fans. You got loyal customers. They pool together. They're like, well, we love this place. We'd like to keep it open. And he's like, well, it ain't free. I'm like, well, how much do you need? There you go. There's some money. Let's keep this place open. I love your tacos y burritos. Good. If the people that support them give them enough money and they stay open, then they're obviously a good enough business. Fucking around with that Taco John's shit, though, probably didn't help a lot in the whole paying rent thing.
Serving Mexican food in their community.
It's been really tough. Couple months ago, it's been really hard. Everything has raised the prices, and the food prices is going up. So
thanks, Trump. Now, when I think of Mexican food fans, I think of these two.
All that he's been through with the lawsuit and being able to stay open as a business, we wanted to help him, keep that dream alive.
And that couple has set up a GoFundMe to help Ramos and hope raise enough money to cover the restaurant's back rent, which is about $9,000.
Hey, gracias, gringos. Yeah, but now you also got to change the business around a little bit, right? Got to change a bit, because otherwise you're just going to raise them the money to catch up on rent, and they fall back behind again, right? That's how this shit goes. Midland Armory, yeah, the guy's name is Juan. He says, how did they not call it Taco Juan's? Exactly. How do you not call it Taco Juan's? They would have got fucking sued for that too, though, right? Taco, anything that sounds like John is going to get. Taco John's going to cover their ass. So Taco Juan's would have got sued as well. He claims he named it after his grandfather, and that's why it was Taco Chon. But I don't know. I think we were playing fast and loose, thinking we'd get away with it. Bapa Shab says rename it to Taco Cone. Then you could claim that it's anti-Semitic to force them to change the name. I like that. Jewish Mexican food. That is a great idea. Thank you, Monica, for the $1. Appreciate that. Cole says, look into doing Albany Golf Course for the tournament. Their new clubhouse is super nice, and the course is top-notch. I have played there before. I played there one time. I struggled at Albany Golf Course. I also couldn't find one of the holes. Shut up. And, dude, I had to pee so bad. I didn't finish the 18th hole of my round because I'm just like, I'm dancing. There's no bathroom anywhere. There's people like, what about the woods? Just go in the woods. First of all, unprofessional. Second of all, there were no woods to pee in. So I hopped in the cart, like I'm dancing. I'm barely holding back the floodwaters. I get in the cart. I speed off. I'm like, I'm not having a great round anyway. Because, like, when you're going to piss your pants, you're not golfing well. So I didn't finish my round at Albany Golf Course. It was snake bit, as they say. Look, man, I'll check in with all of them. How's that? We'll check in with Albany, Cold Spring, Territory. Territory's kind of my favorite. Not going to lie. But we'll check in with all of them. The nice thing about central Minnesota, there's plenty of golf courses. Plenty of them. Monica, thanks for the buck. Appreciate it. I believe, what, $20 away? $20 away from today's goal. Thank you, guys. Clapo Graham says Nelson Brothers and Pasta Buckets to sponsor holes. Yes, absolutely. It is so much fun to own those things and then watch. Like, what's the idea? Are they like, Aaron's going to be mad if we say this? It's like, no, Aaron owns the gay jokes his own audience have been telling for the last 10 years. Guys, no offense. You're not good at this. You're not going to be the ones to tip the scales. You're just angry and miserable. And we poke fun at you. You're kind of easy because, like, you come to us, you're like, we're going to get them. And then we get a rise out of you, and we just play it up. Then we steal your fans. Somebody, too, says, just piss by the side of the cart, pussy. Not like anyone's going to see anything. Oh, yeah, because of my dick, right? Boy, they are moving quick. You know what? I think Democrats think that they can win this open Senate seat in Minnesota and give themselves the majority because they are pushing real. Well, I think they also want to have that special Senate election for that pedo hooker guy for his seat because as long as he's in the news, it probably bumps up the Democrats a few points. But Justin Eichhorn, you remember him. He's the guy who got busted in that underage prostitution sting operation. He's out. He's done. And now the governor is demanding that a special election be held in April to fill Justin Eichhorn's seat. So, if necessary, a special election for the nomination of candidates will happen on Tuesday, April 15th. So, I have a feeling that Governor Walz feels like this is a winnable seat. Otherwise, he would have pushed this election back further. He wouldn't have demanded that it happen right away. Senate District 6. Well, here, let's take a look. Minnesota Senate District 6 election results. Let's see. Oh, God. Come on. Show me. I just want to see that one. See, now with this Eichhorn all over the news, when you search it, it's just you got to dig through all the dog shit. Governor Walz calls for special election. Here we go. 2022. That's what we're looking for. Justin Eichhorn. Oh, my God. Come on. The Republicans ain't losing this one. 63.5% to 36.5%. Dude, I think that's going to stay red. You need a lot more than some guy, buying a 17-year-old hooker in a sting operation to lose that seat. That's for sure. Let's continue. St. G, I'm sorry if me fucking with these people bothers you. I know that you're not all the way steel toe yet, but you'll get there, buddy. We like to pick on people. We like to have fun with people. We like to mock them. And also, when we get a rise out of them when we do it, it's fun to do. I'm sorry, but don't worry. You'll be there with us at some point. And then you won't have to mask L's as W's. It'll be nice. You can just be on the winning team. So Walz wants a special election on that deal as soon as possible. I don't know. The Republicans will hold on to it. If it were within 10 points, then I think they'd have a shot. But 30 points, you ain't making that up from an arrest. You know what they'll do? They'll just write that off. They'll go, oh, well, it was just that senator. It wasn't the Republican Party. You're going to need something worse than that to flip the seat. $15-20 away from today. Let's knock it out. Let's call it a win for the toe. And then you guys can go to work on that $60 that we missed on Monday, and you can have a 5-hour show today. So we've got more news on that Atlantic Yemeni bombing Signal group chat. Damn Signal getting people in trouble. I tell you what, whether it's, buying your cocaine or, tipping off journalists to when you're going to bomb a Middle Eastern country, it'll get you in trouble. So Jeffrey Goldberg is weighing the release of more chat logs from the Trump team's Houthi strike group chat that he was mistakenly added to. Now, I think he should. I think he should release the messages, even if they're national security, because here's the deal. The Trump administration is going on TV now, and they're saying that, no, we didn't do that. We didn't add this guy to the group chat. We didn't put anything sensitive in there, blah, 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 all this stuff. Well, I mean, this is an easily provable thing. And I'll say this, if it is the way the Atlantic says it is, it's a real boner for the Trump administration. It's a real fuck up. It's a real mistake. And, you got to tighten that shit up. And I think you probably have to have a ceremonial sacrificial firing because of it. But if it's not the way that the Atlantic's reporting it, and there's something else, I mean, we can show everything. There's an easy way to settle this, and I think it should be done. The more this Jeffrey Goldberg goes, I might release it. I might not release. The more he plays with it, the more I start to think, this guy, is he just anti-Trump and he's causing problems? But if he releases the whole chat log, then, I mean, you can't look at that. You can't look at black and white and go, nah, this guy's full of shit. I mean, you either have this stuff or you don't. Let's play this clip. The Trump administration is currently denying the severity of the leak that Goldberg is talking about. Let's hear it.
Boys, what are you talking about here?
Here is what the White House press secretary said just about an hour ago. Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are the facts about his latest story. No war plans were discussed. No classified material was sent to the thread. The White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different platforms Trump's top officials can communicate on as safely and efficiently as possible.
I will say this. They might be right that there was no classified information or battle plans in these texts. But I still think it's a bonehead move that this guy got included in any kind of administration group text thing about anything bombing related or anything like that. I mean, that is still, it's a dipshit. We're kind of missing the forest for the trees here. It's a dipshit move that this guy got added with all these really powerful people. I don't know I haven't seen anything classified that's come out yet that this guy was privy to seeing, but the fact that he was just included in it in general is either dumb or the Trump administration's got a rat and they got to figure that out.
So what do you make of that? No classified material and no war plans, the White House says.
Well, I mean, war plans are I've detailed I've detailed without including particulars or technical issues what was included. It was a timeline of coming attacks, the weapon systems used in these attacks, some very specific targeting information, who they are trying to kill. Okay, let me just state that. Who they are trying to kill in the next 2 hours.
I have no reason not to believe. This seems really specific for someone who's quote unquote lying. I believe him. But now let's fire somebody. Let's admit we fucked this up. The worst thing you can do is go, whoa, we didn't do anything wrong. That's kind of the complaints we always had about the Biden administration. Is that they would go, these people are all just anti-us, and this can all be explained away as, they just don't like our administration and they're biased against us. Well, I mean, this guy seems to have a lot of specifics. So let's put this to bed one of two ways. By the way, sir, you're keeping your house at 73.8 degrees. Like, what are you, a fucking iguana? Dude, drop it down a couple. 71, maybe 72, but 74? Fuck, bro, what are you going to fall out of a tree frozen if it dips below 70? Anyway, I got distracted. There's one easy way to solve this. Either the Trump administration just comes out and they go, all right, look, we put the guy in the group text. It was a bonehead move. We won't do it again. So-and-so's been fired. Okay, move on. Or if they're going to keep going, this guy's full of shit. He just is anti-MAGA. He's sensationalist. All right, Jeffrey, you release the text. Let's find out who's telling the truth. I mean, let's not make the. I know like CNN and the media wants this to be a pissing match for like a week so they can really milk it, but I'd like to see this just get done with so we can focus on important shit.
That's to me, that sounds like an attack plan. That sounds like a war plan. That sounds like this is what we're going to do, and we haven't done it yet. And literally, they are talking, and I agree with this kind of language, Godspeed to our men in the, they understand that they're about to send Americans into harm's way.
I will say, like, J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth did come off really well in the text thread because they were like, I don't like carrying the fucking water for Europe. I don't like footing the bill for these fucking assholes. We have to do everything to keep this shit safe. We get nothing back for it. We need to figure out a way to get reimbursed for this. And I did like that they at least thought about that part.
To achieve this national security goal. Classification is a very interesting subject. I can't get into it. I don't.
Well, there's
national defense information. There's classification. Look, it's obviously
there's a covert
material.
CIA operative named on the thread, right? So I mean,
and I withheld her name from this. They named somebody who's an active CIA officer in this thread, which is on Signal, again, a commercial app in which I'm watching. And I withheld it. I didn't put it in the story because she's undercover. But I mean, the CIA director put it into the chat.
But so that's clearly classified information, though. Like covert CIA.
Look, by any standard of imagination, I mean, we're talking about, again, these are technical terms, and there's many, many different layers and complexities. And I'm not a national security lawyer.
So here's what the Trump administration should do. Don't do the Nixon thing where you cut off one arm and you cut off the other and you're not a good butcher. Don't do that. Just go, this was a fuck up. Nobody got hurt. A mission didn't get compromised. Everything went off without a hitch. We fucked up and we sent some messages to the wrong guy. Easy enough. Done. Move on from it. Don't do the splitting hairs thing or anything like that. Pick a guy to fire. Fire the guy. Oops, our bad. We fucked up. Move on. That's all. Coltrane says, why would a tone in this administration have an anti-Republican journalist in their contacts? I wouldn't be talking to a single fucking one of them. That's weird too. Like, why would any of these guys in this group text have Jeffrey Goldberg in their phone? I don't know. See, that's why I'm leaning towards somebody with access to the conversation who's not necessarily super pro-Trump was behind leaking this, and perhaps after the fact. 191 Redbird with $2 says he is rabidly anti-American. He called General Milley an American hero for agreeing to betray his oaths and give China a warning if we moved against them. This was an inside job to try to force things. Well, if we find out that this guy wasn't included in the group text and that he got this sent to them to make these guys look bad, then we need to prosecute whoever did that. That would make the Trump administration look good too if they went, none of us put this fucking guy in this group chat. Some asshole, some employee fucking put that in there to send to this guy who's rabidly anti-Trump, and we're throwing him in jail. That might help you too. $1 from Redbird says this is the military-industrial complex trying to get Hegseth fired so he stops gutting the Pentagon. They just said that the plan that we all discussed in a secure setting is good to go tomorrow. Yeah, this being kind of a weird inside job sort of makes sense because you kind of got to look at what's going on around everybody. And like that guy said, Hegseth's going to be gutting the Pentagon. The military-industrial complex does not like that one bit. I don't know. Sword Saint says his body language states, I'm a cooking liar. He's a journalist, so he kind of comes off as a slithery snake, even if he's telling the truth. So it's hard for me to know. Bird Collector says this fuck is just making it something for a couple minutes of the spotlight. That's just it. It didn't wreck anything. Nobody was put in danger. Nothing like that. Just release him. Release him and let's see what happened. Nomo says it was planned. It's the only way to get any halfway good press from legacy media. It does seem a little odd. Like, I wouldn't expect J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth to have this guy in their phone. You know? Doom says, hey, Aaron. Hey, Doom. Hey, Aaron, just checking in. Did you say anything worth clipping or just this political horseshit? We have been doing a killer show today, Doom. If you're 9 years old and you like a shitload of drama, we've really just been goofing on people that like that kind of thing. Just kind of dunking on the same people who have steel-toe derangement syndrome like your boy Melton. Just kind of been goofing on him a little bit. Don't worry. He'll probably throw a tantrum about it later and have some kind of cope about how it's, you know, about how MSO is SP or something like that. So, no, probably not. We've just been doing a really good show and knocking out the goal, so you're probably just going to either get mad or bored. By the way, $20 away. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Keep them coming. Let's knock that. Please knock out the goal while Doom is here. I think that would make Doom very, very happy today. So, go ahead and throw in that last $20. We'll call it a win. Well, we're down to 15. Nomo with $2 says 4D chess. Got to remember, the media is knee-jerk, rabid, and doesn't fact-check. Well, they fact-check when they want to. They fact-check when the answer isn't the one they want. So they'll fact-check once in a while. Chevy fan says Hobo Chili is SP. See, now isn't that a more fun theory than MSO is SP? What if I said that? What if I said, yeah, Hobo and I have big plans this weekend? Ooh. I didn't mean to say Hobo. Oof. Doom Clone, I think of all the people who have an audience based on me, I don't think it's this show that has the audience with SSRI checks. Do you really want to do an IQ check? Come on. Doom, I know you're biased, but even you got to admit, there's some over there. It's some very easily trickable retards who can't function outside of that world. Like you do understand everybody outside of that very small world goes, ew, look at the fucking pig, disgusting, gross ringleader. And then look at all the 60 IQ retards around him. Like there is a reason you guys kind of stick to your own in that world. Everyone else kind of finds that world disgusting. So sorry, I know it's very easy for me to do it. I dunk on it a lot. I kind of like to go back to, I'm kind of a needling asshole. I go back to it a lot, but we're having a great day over here, Doom. Come with us, stay with us, have a good time. You're going to have some fun today, I promise. We've been planning a golf tournament. That's been kind of fun. $15 away, knock it out. Maybe you guys get an hour of overtime today, and we keep our 7th straight perfect week. 7th straight perfect week. Doom, I have bad news. Cheese and Crunchy would be considered upper echelon for that crowd. You know this. Doom, stop struggling. You know in 6 months you're going to be all steel toe anyway. Once you realize how gross this is. Like, just fall in line now. Rebecca with $5 says, loving the content today. Great show. I mean, really, this show is a knockout every single day. And I think that's why you're seeing the desperation from some sorts. They're seeing that all the steel toe wins and owns are piling up and the train's pulling out of the station. $10 away from today's goal. Thank you, Rebecca. Hey, guess what? More bombs were found at Tesla. But we're going to have to just start putting fucking, like, Blackwater is going to end up getting Tesla contracts, and they're just going to be coming out with piano wire in the middle of the night while these hippies are putting pipe bombs in Tesla dealerships and just choking them out. This is going to, somehow this shit's going to end up benefiting BlackRock. Or not BlackRock. I keep saying BlackRock. What's the mercenary group? Not BlackRock. Blackwater. Blackwater is going to end up getting the contract from Tesla, and they're going to be piano wire choking some motherfuckers out as they go and set fires and pipe bombs at Tesla dealerships. This last one we saw was in Austin, Texas. Let's play this one.
From KXAN News.
We're following some developing news this afternoon out of North Austin after Austin police responded to a call at a Tesla.
I like her, and like in a weird way. Like, I don't like her as like she's traditionally the hottest fucking girl you've ever seen, but there's something going on there. And you're going to say, Erin, her fucking face is weird. They did her makeup like she's been drinking since 9 o'clock with the rosy cheeks. I know. I get it. Something going on. It's the tits. I don't know what it is.
The dealership. This is along North US 183, and it all started around 8 this morning.
Police now tell us they found what they called suspicious devices at the dealership. We want to show you a live.
Guys, don't worry. It turns out they're PS5s. It's fine. Take them home to your kids.
Look there, and just in the last few moments, we saw police leave the dealership and also take down some of that police tape that was alongside this barrier by the sidewalk you're looking at the moment. Now, the APD bomb squad investigated here and
bomb squad. I can't not hear Deontay Wilder's obnoxious fucking voice, and I loved Deontay Wilder. Whenever I hear bomb squad, I just hear him yelling like a fucking retard.
Determined that these were incendiary devices.
Shit.
Police took those into their own custody without incident, they tell us, and they're not sharing much more about what kinds of devices they were. Now, they say this is an open and ongoing investigation, and we will, of course, keep working to learn more information and share those updates as soon as.
I still cannot get over the idea of liberal progressives firebombing the only dealership that exclusively sells electric cars that are good for the, quote unquote, good for the environment. I can't get over it. They don't see the irony. There's no there's no reaching them. There's no oh, you know what? This is the thing we'll say to all the people protesting Tesla, and then they'll go, oh, shit, I'm an idiot. It's never going to happen. It's just sit back and see how far they take this. It's really going to have to be how Tesla responds, and I think eventually it's going to be private security, or it's going to be officers posted up after hours at Tesla dealerships. Somebody's going to have to get killed, and then this shit will kind of temper down a little bit. But it's like, remember when the conservatives got pissed off at Bud Light for having Dylan Mulvaney? And they were like, yeah, we're fucking pissed about this. And Democrats were like, what are you going to do about it, bigots? And we're like, we're going to drink a different beer. And like, oh, but how you're just not going to drink the beer? Yeah, watch. I bet you nothing happens because you're not going to firebomb a bottling plant. And then Bud Light stock, like Anheuser-Busch in general, the stock took a major shit. Nobody was buying Bud Light anymore. It went from the most bought domestic beer to, I think, Modelo overtook it. Thanks, Biden's border policies. And then they had to switch to Shane Gillis and Post Malone, which I think is the polar opposite of what a Dylan Mulvaney is, even though Dylan Mulvaney and Post Malone kind of have the same build. Probably because they're both dudes. But Democrats, they're like, oh, I can't believe these bigots just boycotted Bud Light. And it's like, oh, what are you guys going to do? Elon Musk is helping out Donald Trump. We're going to fucking scratch swastikas. It's funny that, New York Jews are now having swastikas carved into their Teslas by liberal Jews in New York. The irony is not lost on me. And their response to not getting their way is, we're going to fucking firebomb Tesla dealerships. It's like, you understand that's way worse than not drinking Bud Light. They're not even in the same ballpark. Oh, good luck, guys. Like I said, it's all going to kind of depend on what Tesla does next. And I think some kind of armed security has to be the next step. 191 Redbird. One Boston massacre at a Tesla dealership. I think we straightened this all out. $1 from Redbird says the problem is people like you who know nothing about how any of this works get freaked out by the headline and start demanding someone get fired, and Trump is forced to fire someone. If this guy ended up in a fucking signal thread with members of the administration, yes, can the person responsible for that? If it didn't happen, then you don't have to worry. But somebody prove something here. King Kong Dong with $1 says BlackRock is the company that is buying land in Maui and the Palisades. Yep. Yes, they are. Warlock 18 Wheeler says they should put employees on the roofs with hunting rifles. That would stop them. You mean Korean convenience store owners? I don't think people who work at Tesla are big rifle people, bro. I don't think so. Mad Max Mardigan says she looks like Sophie D before pounds and a tit job. Atomic Ray saying that news lady was Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I never found Sarah Huckabee Sanders on. Just a little too sized for my tastes, you know? Yeah, Ryan the Garbage Man saying Modelo is trash. I took a sip of Modelo one time. It's fucking garbage. Like, it really is bad. I don't get, like, maybe we have to get a little Jimmy the Greek on this one. Like, maybe Mexicans have different taste buds than us, whites, because I don't get Modelo. It tastes like puke and piss together. Like, you know the game Bean Boozled, where it could be a cotton candy jelly bean or it could be snot? Modelo tastes like the snot jelly bean. It's really not good. Sam Show says the best... Oh, Jesus. I should have known better. I should have known better than to go to Sam Show on this one. Here's what I should do with Sam Show comments. I should just go through them and look for the letter J and go, all right, we'll skip that one. That's all right. Oopsie daisy. Klopogram says Tesla to sponsor a golf hole. Oh, great. So I can have one firebombed. Like Bill Murray's trying to kill a gopher on the golf course. Gopher, the little furry rodent things. Yeah, we can do that. We don't need to have a reason. Yeah, I don't. Dive Bar says all beer is garbage. All beer tastes like deer piss mixed with mud and tree bark. Wow. Somebody's never had a Minnesota Gold. Try a Minnesota Gold from 3rd Street Brewhouse. 3rdstreetbrewhouse.com. $10 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. You're wonderful. You're the absolute best. Hey, while you're here, hit like, hit the thumbs up. Rumble, YouTube, doesn't matter. Where were we at our peak today? 870 at our peak today. Nice work, boys and girls. I should have said it then. Thumbs up, like, follow, subscribe. You know, we crossed over 17,000 total followers. We crossed our 4,000 mark on Rumble. Thank you. The unstoppable toe, as much as it angers people, which makes me happy. The unstoppable toe. $1 from Anonymous J. Anonymous. I can't fucking read that. Thank you, Anonymous J. Anonymous, but the 5th word in is the N-word. Imagine being some sand mailman in Yemen or something and finding out you live or die from an alcoholic from Forest Lake on Signal. Different guy using Signal this time around. There's more than one user, but I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. Los Federales says, Aaron, white people think that black pepper is spicy and Taco Bell and Chipotle are Mexican food. White people are the last people on the planet to trust with food opinions. Who invented the cheeseburger, Federales? Who invented the cheeseburger? Dive Bar says men drink whiskey. I mean, maybe. But, like, what's a fella supposed to drink if maybe having more than one whiskey gets you really, really tipsy? You got to have something to drink, you know, when you're a little sensitive to intoxicants. Am I right? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. You guys are basically $70 away from one whole hour of overtime today. So thank you very much for your generosity. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for Tim and my buddies at All Care Towing. You looking for a gig? They're hiring. You want to drive for the best? You drive for All Care Towing. Give them a call today, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, they've got the trucks and wreckers for anything. Motorcycles, heavy-duty equipment, and everything in between. You need a tow, you need All Care. You lock your keys in your car, you need All Care. Nobody faster. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And then, of course, Midland Armory. I'm not fucking them up today. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. I did call our potential new people, and I said, yeah, I'm really sorry. I almost gave away the game yesterday. They didn't mind. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Derek and Tracy have all the knowledge you need if you have questions about, what you need for hunting, home protection, personal carry, whatever the case may be. Midland Armory has you taken care of. They've also got knives, optics, parts and gear, ammo, anything you need at Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. You can call or email with any of your questions. You can even order online. That's MidlandArmory.com. And our favorite people out in Rockville, Minnesota, Stoney's. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right on Broadway. What's today? Wednesday. Tomorrow is 250 can night. It's Thirsty Thursdays at Stoney's. Go in a half hour late on Friday, maybe be dragging ass a little bit. Start the weekend a little early. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Grab a pizza, grab a couple of beers, play some pool, play some darts, and on the weekend, they've got live music on the Fireball stage. Join them at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, and that patio is going to be opening very soon. We're going to be pushing 60 tomorrow, and then we're going to go right back down again. They're going to taunt us. They're going to tease us. Yeah, today, 53. Tomorrow, 58, Friday, 57. Then, as the kids say, peep this. Saturday, a high of 38 and a chance of snow. March in Minnesota is a cunt. The first day of April in Minnesota, rain, chance of snow flurries, and 42. I love it here. I love it. It's a great, great place to be. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Plankton with $1 says Modelo is owned by Anheuser-Busch. That's how stupid beer drinkers and their boycotts are. That was kind of a funny part about that that whole Bud Light thing is that the Bud Light boycott took Bud Light out of the top spot, right? Modelo goes up on the top spot, and everyone's like, yeah, that's a real beer, Modelo, and owned by the same fucking company. It literally ended up being a rob Peter to pay Paul situation for Anheuser-Busch. But it also worked. I mean, they got rid of everybody responsible for the Dylan Mulvaney decision, and they changed things up. So you can't argue with the results. Actual Steel Toe fan says, oh, snap. Yes, please, says those Daily Wire chicks are doing an episode about the goal and people who make it today at 11. Anybody? That's what you got to be doing, the people who are making the goal. $10 were featured on Daily Wire. Thank you. Boy, we really triggered the fuck out of Doom today. Something happened. Something weird happened with Doom. Usually they're very playful. Now today she's being very bitchy. Uh-oh. You know what that means. The bloody pox. We know what it means. You know what, guys? Try to have a little empathy, please. She's going through it right now. What? You guys all said dead to rights on the felony. I see you're still triggered over that. And the way you responded to that, you're like, here's how we're going to get him. You know the company that he always hated and they always hated him? We're going to report that they hate him. You guys. Killing the game. And I'm sorry to laugh at you. I know I'm supposed to take you more seriously, but you're you. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let our favorite 17-year-old in the world today. I don't even know if this kid knew. Like, this wasn't like a domestic terrorism, rodeos are evil. I don't think bulls were not made to be written kind of a thing. I think this is just like a super autistic 17-year-old who wanted the bulls at the rodeo to feel more comfortable. So he just started removing their restraints and just started letting them run loose, and he fucked everything up.
So the rope, and it was really tight. So I grabbed it and I took it off, and I just let it loose.
The thing that keeps them tied to this post right here, The wild bulls that are made to buck people off of them within 8 seconds. Yeah, the thing that was keeping him tied to the gate, I just, it looked a little, he looked uncomfortable. I just wanted to make him feel better. Bravo, kid. Bravo.
The 17-year-old coming clean, telling us how he untied steers at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and that young man will now have to face the consequences. He's now charged with deadly conduct.
Holy shit, they are not fucking around. Well, I mean, imagine rodeo steers just, here you go, get the fuck out, go ahead, go nuts. Do you imagine the work it is, like rounding them all back up and getting them penned up again?
The story you'll only see on 13 tonight. Our Pujalodi live at NRG Park.
Wait, one more time. Hold on a minute. One more time.
We see on 13 tonight. Our Pujalodi live at NRG.
Our Pujalodi. Our Pujalodi. Hold on.
Story you'll only see on 13 tonight. Our Pujalodi live at NRG.
That's what they say on the streets of India. Hey, that's our Pujalodi. They shit. Because the plumbing situation in overpopulated cities is such that perhaps the poo, mate. You get the idea.
Park and Pooja, you had a chance to talk to his mom, and she let him spend the night in jail.
Good. You know what? It's nice to see that people have still got it. It's nice to see that parents still have that vibe about them, Some parents openly lie for their children, like in court. Some parents go, you know what? No, fuck him. Let him sit in jail. Let him figure out what he did. I like that. That's old school. People say we don't have enough of that anymore. There you go. There's an example.
That's right. She said she wants him to
Wait. Oh, our Pujalodi. I thought her name was our Pujalodi. Her name is Pujalodi. Pujalodi. They said her name fucked up. Go back. I'm sorry, guys. Autism kicking. I got to hear it again.
Pujalodi live at NRG Park and Pooja 13 tonight. Our Pujalodi live at NRG.
Pujalodi. She's saying it weird.
13 tonight. Our Pujalodi live at NRG Park and Pooja, you had a chance to talk to his mom, and she let him spend the night in jail.
So he's black?
That's right. She says she wants him to understand what he did. Now, if you've ever been to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, you know you can get right up close to the animals. This is the area where that 17-year-old was when he admits he made a very poor decision.
Now, do you believe this little fucker? Because I don't. He's like, I just saw that the rope seemed a little tight, so I took it off of him. He's playing retarded. He might be retarded, but he's playing retarded. What happened was he was fucking around. He thought it would be really, really funny. Haha. Remove the restraints from the steers, and he got caught. And now he's like, well, no, I just felt bad for the animals. I don't buy it.
This is what I thought about when I seen the cows,
Alonzo.
Dude, it's not going to help you. The thing you thought about when you saw the cows was a thing that has identifying tags and restraints on him. Yeah, no, sorry. By the way, Skybrick is saying for $2, Modelo is owned by Constellation brand, idiot chat guy. Oh, wait a minute. Is that true? Because I was of the impression that Modelo was an Anheuser-Busch product as well. By the way, you know what I found out yesterday? Sammy Kershaw is going to be in Medina this Saturday. I was going to tell SP about that, but I fell asleep. I want to go see Sammy Kershaw on Saturday night. That'd be fun. Never seen old Sammy, and he ain't getting any younger. Modelo. Oh, fucking spell it right, asshole. Modelo owned by. In the United States, the Modelo brand is owned by Constellation Brands. Outside the U.S., the company that owns Modelo is owned by Anheuser-Busch. Well, that's odd, right? So Constellation here in America, internationally Anheuser-Busch. It's got to be some kind of antitrust law deal there.
Apodaca is an animal lover.
His name is Banter.
When he saw these steers at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, he says he worried they were tied up too tightly.
I grabbed it and I took it off, and You know, I just
fuck you, dude. You were fucking around and you found out. Yeah, I don't buy it for a second. Look at that little smirk. This little shithead knew exactly what he was doing. Knock it off. Don't lie to the news. Oh, it just looked a way too tight. So my father was sleeping in a lawn chair with a Modelo in his hand. So I just took off the restraints because they look too tight. Bullshit. You were fucking around. You played a little joke and it got out of hand. I don't buy it.
I just let it loose. It didn't get up. It didn't swing. It didn't do nothing, you know. I do that for the first one, and then I go to the other one. I take the rope. And then the third one, I'm petting it, and I take the rope. But, you know, they seen me, so they were like, can you not do that? And I get away. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Soon after.
And then, wait, let me predict. And then he did it to another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. This little fucking liar. God damn, man. This is a scary kid. You got to keep an eye on him. He's going to be a serial killer someday. It starts with untying cows and going, what? I thought their ropes were just too tight. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Afterward, Alonso says he was tackled to the ground and
You know how I said there were Mexicans passed out with Modelos in their hands? I found a passed out Mexican. God damn. You know, some days I think I'm really good. And then I go, you know what? I just proved to myself I'm better than that.
handcuffed. Rodeo officials confirm none of the steers got out and nobody was injured. But animals can be unpredictable and dangerous. And there are clear signs telling people not to touch them. Alonso was charged with deadly conduct.
Holy shit.
A misdemeanor, but Alonso was still taken to jail.
That's weird. Like, deadly conduct sounds like it would be worse than a misdemeanor. Like, oh, he was charged with deadly conduct. Like, holy fuck, how long do you go away for deadly conduct? Oh, you just get a fine. You get a fine and they say, hey, for another year, don't you do that again. Otherwise, you're in big trouble, mister. How would I know how lenient the penalties are for misdemeanor? I don't fucking know. They'll probably have him pay like $50 and just promise to be good.
You just alone, you know. I don't. At first, a lot of things go through your head. Like it's kind of scary. Like
yeah, man.
It's cold. It's cold in there. Like I was really cold in there.
Alonso spent.
He ain't taking any of this shit seriously. Kid does not give a fuck. Little sociopath.
The night behind bars until his mom picked him up the next day. She says she didn't pick him up earlier because she wanted to teach him to better control his emotions and actions.
Well, it is my fault, so I got to take full responsibility for it. To take better decisions, to think about it before doing it, because all of that could have just been prevented if I just would have not let the cows loose, you know? So next time, just make better decisions, you know.
A tough lesson Alonso's family hopes will steer him in the right direction.
I get it, guys. It's steer, because no, I don't think you guys understand how brilliant that. No, I know a lot of you are putting your heads down right now and you're going, oh, fuck you. Shut up, lady. No. You guys don't understand. You see, they were cows at the event. And the male cow, the steers, right? So, and he made a bad decision. So you want to go somewhere else. You got to steer him in the right. You guys don't. His mom wouldn't even pick him up from the jail. He had to hoof it. Isn't that terrible? And boy, I mean, he had to get home fast because it was going to rain. I mean, he had to really move. If you're wondering why this show is better than every other show out there, I just proved it. I did. Now, why would Brett Mack write fucker? I don't understand. Why would you not be happy about this? Nomo says, give him a year. He'll be in the news again for a worse crime. Trump tried to have him deported. He tried to claim that he was a Venezuelan national who was part of a gang, but so far they can't find any gangs that just let cows loose at rodeos. So they had to cut him loose. Rexstart parody account says deadly conduct was groundbreaking back in the day, with Sub-Zero ripping out spines and Kano ripping out hearts. Yeah, I mean, it was a bigger deal when we were kids, you know? Wait, Papa Shab, this isn't a cow pun. I don't understand how this works. He writes, Aaron should kill himself. That doesn't Do you guys can you guys explain that pun to me? I don't understand what Papa Shub's Aaron kid. That doesn't sound like a cow. Moo. Kid. No, see, I don't understand what that joke was, Papa Shub. Could you explain it a little better? Roots Calhoun says, I can't believe I just heard animals can be dangerous on the fucking news. Well, you never know who's watching, you know? Some people fuck them. They're trying to let them know, hey, you know, you get sick doing that, brother. Oh, Richard Head says his mom is going to tan his hide. Hey! I mean, you're right. There's a lot at stake. I mean, really, I don't understand. I mean, did the rodeo do something to him? I mean, what was his beef? It was just nice that he was arrested. He wasn't arrested by a police officer, though. It was actually someone from the UK. It was a knight, actually. They were knighted, and they just happened to be there, and they made a citizen's arrest. It was the very famous Sir Loin. Sorry. These jokes are utterly contemptible. I think this whole bit is bullshit. This isn't okay. And I wish, you know what, guys? I know what you're thinking. Aaron, if this isn't okay, why don't you stop? I can't. Zen Man says he's going to get a good ribbing from his friends. Hey! They're going to make him clean the pens until they're spick and span. Oh, shit. That was not good. No, don't applaud that. That was not. Nomo calling the guy a nincompoop. Stupid. Do you know how bad Roots feels that he's like, I don't want to jump into this, but God damn it, I will. He says he's really going to milk this 15 minutes of fame. Well, I mean, if people might pay attention to the story, Roots, or they might just skim it and read 2%. I'm talented. I'm really funny. Hit like, hit subscribe, give us $1,000. This is, well, I don't think you can find groundbreaking shit like this anywhere. I mean, this is really $1 from Free Canadian Club for Aaron. Says it always snows during April in Minnesota. Heaviest blizzards are in Spicer. Oh, that's... I really don't think that he meant like snowfall. I think he meant drugs. Nomo says, I feel so gullible listening to this. There's nothing. Coltrane says, I hate you. I hope OBS and your internet goes out. Well, come on. That kind of comment. I mean, that's really bullheaded of you. Sorry. You know what? Why don't we just knock it off? Roots Calhoun says, oh, that was slick. I'll give you that. Thank you. I'm not going to read the second one because it makes me feel bad. 383 with $1 says he was at the rodeo just clowning around. You see look at how much time we spent. Look at how much time we were able to kill on this. It's wonderful. It's just, sometimes I think of what I do for a living and I can't help but get teary-eyed because it's so beautiful. We got John Jamingo says none of this is punny. Hey, John Jamingo's back in the fold. Oh, wow. Dive Bar giving us some legal advice on this story. He says deadly conduct is only a misdemeanor. No BS. Roots Calhoun says, moo. Move over, George Lopez. There's a new Mexican in town. $1 from 191 Redbird says, there are at least 100 people in Minnesota looking for the nearest heavy or sharp object and wondering if they can get to your house before the show ends. There's only one way to find out, boys and girls. Only one way to find out. I really, that's it, huh? We're done. I mean, we've really used the whole cow on this one. I mean, we've hacked up the whole thing and pretty much gotten any pun out of it you possibly can. Oh, wait, I'm wrong. Das Optic Nerve says he skipped leg day, so he wanted to exercise his calves. It's calves. Calves. Oh. Mersh ROTC says, congratulations. If you do a search for Steel in Rumble, you immediately come up. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Really? That's awesome. Steel. Oh, I see Steel News with Ann Vandersteel. I'm fifth on my own list. Should we watch some Ann Vandersteel? See who oh, well, 2 of the channels are hers. So technically I'm fourth. Then we got Robert David Steele, Mel K Ultra on Steel Truth Media, and then Steel Toe Morning Show. Hey, I got to do some more Rumble Studio streaming because I have to get 30 hours in 30 days in order to become part of their creator program. And I don't know what that means, being part of the creator program, but I want to be a part of it. So I don't know, maybe some weekend streams when I have time, or we just fuck around on Rumble Studio just so I can get those 30 hours in, because that would be kind of fun. John Jamingo says, do a search for Boomer and see if Boomer Bunker comes up. All right. Boomer. The Boomerang Pod. Boomerangs by Vic. Beauty and the Boomer. Boomer Justin. Hey, Boomer Bunker is 7th down on the list. Hey-oh, John Jamingo and the Boomer Bunker. I wanna check out that Ann Vandersteel show. Uh-oh. Do I have to hit refresh? Now they're not showing me anything. All right, here we go. Steel News with Ann Vandersteel. 60.9 thousand followers. Oh, my God. And I thought us at 4 was cool. All right, she did a show on March 20th. She had Mary Crowley in. The show was titled Now is the Time. All right.
So where'd you just get back from, Ann?
Well, I was up in Dallas. I was there for the week. I had some incredible meetings, stayed with some great folks, but I spoke to the largest Republican club called Heritage Ranch Republican Club up in Dallas.
Ooh, not Heritage Ranch Republican Club. I hear they Republican way more than any of those other gay Republicans.
Wonderful group of people. Spoke, I met with them on the phone a couple of weeks earlier, and we sort of drafted and crafted the agenda of what they wanted.
Wait a minute. This chick had a show a month ago. She has 60.9 thousand followers, and she has half the audience that one of our Rumble Fridays does, and we have 4,000 followers. Something ain't tracking there. So she's like a MAGA chick, huh? She does 35-minute episodes. That's digestible.
Never brought him back. And actually, Kevin Annette has an indictment against them in court of law. I don't know the name of it. I wasn't planning on talking about this, but basically they were.
I don't care. Sorry. I just wanted to see who showed up before Steel Toe, and it's really just that lady. Boomer Bob Show with $1 says, what do you call a cow with an abortion? A stupid whore who's going to burn in hell. Oh, that's probably doesn't work as a joke. Says, what do you call a cow with an abortion? Decaffeinated. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Papa Shab says, much easier if you type in Jew, Aaron comes right up. First result. Is that what it is? I type in Jew and it says 404 and page not found. You and I just have different search processes, I suppose. She's semi-hot. That is she? Is she semi-hot? I don't know. Chevy fan says Rumble is propped up by bots. I used to think that, but Rumble Studio pays you when you do ad reads based on how many viewers you have. Like, that doesn't make sense that they would bot it and cost themselves more money. I don't understand that. What I've heard, the definitive answer I've gotten is that it takes less time watching a video to count as a viewer. Whereas YouTube, it'll be like 30 seconds or a minute. And on Rumble, it's 15 or 30 seconds or whatever. So they just kind of, like, if you're just passing through, they'll count you. It's basically what that's what I've heard. I kind of, the botting thing had crossed my mind until when you use Rumble Studio, I saw that, like, they pay you based on how many viewers you have. That doesn't it doesn't make sense to me why they would pay you more. They're going to pay for your bots and then pay you more because of those bots. That doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't mean it's not happening. Just doesn't make any sense. Yul Brynner's balls. I love this guy. Not his balls, just him. With 199 says, this is utter nonsense. Guys, it is another cow pun. We're going all the way with it today. About $10 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity, as usual. You've got 30 minutes of overtime just about in the bag. Go ahead and finish it up over on Streamlabs, PayPal, or with Rumble Rants or Venmo. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, I heard he did this before, and when authorities questioned him, he said, this ain't my first rodeo.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
How's old Kev doing these days? Is Kevin doing okay? He must be doing pretty well because, like, a lot of people are getting mad at him again. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, fuck Kevin, I'm gonna do a show about Kevin Brennan. Anytime they're doing a show about you, you're kicking the shit out of somebody. Like, whenever they feel like they have to do a show about you, you're doing very well. So I'm guessing Kevin must be okay. People were sending me messages about Kevin that him and Stevie Lou and Chad were burying Melton yesterday. And I'm like, that's not very hard, though. Like, you can make a mildly sarcastic comment. He got caught lying the other day again. He got caught lying the other day because I guess Chad played the Ricada stand-up, his terrible stand-up set, where he was too fucking high on ecstasy to put together a decent set and just didn't know where the fuck he was. Chad played it and just ripped it apart. And then he's like, hey, why don't, Melton ripped this apart and said Nick's a fucking hack and he's fucking terrible months ago or a year ago when he played this clip. Melton's like, no, I didn't. No, I did. Like, he bites on that shit so easily. So someone literally posted the clip for him and then he didn't address it, didn't talk about it. And he did. He fucking savaged it, which, I will say this, lying, covering, coping Melton now is wrong. But Melton back then when he ripped on it was right. Should go back to that instead of, being a has-been's butt boy. But hey, anything to try and, keep the obsession alive, right, my boy? So, again, sorry. I'm good at being a dick. I should work on it. Have you guys seen the pictures and the videos of the Pope? Dude, this looks really bad. I know that the Pope is like God's draft pick and like you can't, like, there's no getting rid of God's draft pick unless he gets caught that he was the main guy for covering up child sexual abuse. Then I guess you can fire the Pope. They fired the Pope before him. That Pope resigned. He's like, oh man, being Pope is too difficult. Well, this current Pope's a fucking vegetable who's like, yeah. He's like Stan's grandpa. Basically, you know what? Stan's grandpa in South Park is more alert than the current Pope. And they're letting him keep poping. Like, he's still poping around. They showed him up in the balcony this weekend. Oh, my God, did he look? It's tragic. Like, let him be Pope. Like, you should die the Pope because you're God's guy, and until God calls you home, you got to keep being Pope. But, like, keep him behind the scenes and just, like with Biden at the end of his presidency, they just auto-penned it. Let's get a papal auto-pen and just have him sign shit. Because this is bad. Oh, by the way, Chip Galloway, it's because we fucking destroyed and owned the guy. And it's like, all right, you got enough freebies from us. We bludgeoned you to death. You're a pulp on the ground. Off you go, kitty. Little kitty, go play, basically. That was not a difficult one, by the way, Chip. That was an easy one. And in fact, it got brought to me by numero uno Josh Denny fans, so that was fun. Pope Francis' condition deteriorated so quickly during his most recent hospitalization that doctors considered ending his treatment to let him die. Now, that's like an old school Catholic thing to do. Like, technically, the Christians are like, you're not supposed to let machines keep someone alive. If God's trying to call you home, you let them go home to meet their maker. The 88-year-old Pope was released from the hospital on Sunday after over a month of treatment for a serious respiratory infection marked by several health setbacks. And they were this close to it's not exactly pulling the plug. What it is just going, we're going to let go and let God. We're just going to, whatever God wants to do with them, let him. But I don't know. We're going to find the video here. Pope Francis return. Let me see if I can find yeah. Oh my God. This is tricky. See, you kind of back yourself into a corner when you make someone like an infallible figure and like he's God's guy. So it's kind of weird. But you've already set the precedent with Pope Benedict that these guys can be removed from office. So after you see this video, you tell me if Pope Francis should still be there. Dude. Like, you can see in his eyes that infection, like, wiped out part of his brain. Like, when people get such a bad fever, they get brain damage from it. Like that, like one of the Von Erich kids. One of the Von Erich kids had such a high temperature from an infection that he came out brain damaged. And, like, that clearly happened to the Pope. Like, he's just, the lights are on, but nobody's home. Look at that. They're all gathered. They want to see the Pope, and now you're just bummed out. This isn't moving as much as it is just kind of involuntary convulsing. Oh. Then there's it's so weird because it's like the Catholic Church and the robes and everything. Then there's just guys in suits telling him what to do. It's all very, I don't know. It just all looks very wonky to me. It's very clandestine, very organized, very plotted. Just let him go. Like, let's pick a new pope and let's let this one retire. You're going to keep wheeling him out there. They did this with Pope John Paul II. Like, they brought him out there and he'd be this hunched over hump of thing. And he'd just be, and like, they basically had drool rags for him. And it's just like, let the guy have some dignity and just take him away from the public eye.
Grazie a tutti e vedo questa signora con I fiori gialli. Che brava.
Oh, look at that. A groupie for you, Mr. Holy See. Oh, no, he doesn't want to talk anymore. Oh, Christ. Yeah, come on. At the very, okay, even if you want to keep the facade that, come on, he's God's guy, we got to keep him in there. Just keep him behind the doors and let him, just don't do it like this. Kloppo, do I read that one, Kloppo? That one, I don't know. Yeah, Sean Linane says pup. Yeah, he's a puppet pope. He's the puppet pope at this point. MSO says, let the poor guy move on. Hooters Girl says, speaking of AutoPen, any update on those pardons that Biden signed with AutoPen? Yeah, I watched Sean do a kind of a clip or a show about that, potentially criminal. And Sean pretty much nails all this shit right on. And Sean said that holds up. Like, it's those AutoPen signatures are fine. Like, that's those pardons aren't getting overturned because of that. That's just kind of a wishful thinking deal on the Trump people's part. It's kind of like, hey, it doesn't cost us anything to shoot our shot, so let's see what happens. The next pope will be a black trans lesbian. I mean, yeah, how hardcore are the Catholics going to go with the next pope? I mean, I don't know if you can go black trans lesbian, because you got to remember it takes many years to become pope. You got to move up. You got to be a deacon and a cardinal, or a bishop and a cardinal. And you got to get in the college of cardinals, and then you got to be voted in. So you're going to, the trans lesbian blacks are not going to get into the college of cardinals for a few years yet. Then you got to wait a decade or two. We're probably 20 or 30 years away still. Maybe the pope after the next pope will be a black trans pope. We'll see. Or maybe when a black trans pope is ready to go, they'll just kick the current pope out and then move the black trans pope in. I agree with Roots. All Jesuits are communists. This pope we clearly saw was a commie. Is a commie pope, and he was like the first Jesuit pope in some time. Let's not pick a Jesuit. Let's pick Trump. Let's throw Trump in there as the next pope. All right, guys, I got to start. We're going to come back to Minnesota from this next story. We're about $5 or $10 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in. Let's finish it off. Let's call it another win for the toe. And then with that 30 minutes of overtime, if you want to knock out that 60 from Monday, we'll give you a whole hour today. Throw in a little bit, couple bucks at a time. We'll hammer it out. Lander says pardons have to be a wet signature and witnessed. Biden so far have not been proven. So I'm telling you, the pardon is not getting overturned. The pardons are not getting overturned. It doesn't matter the, commies or auto pen or anything like that. They're not getting overturned. Trust me. Let's go back to Minnesota. Congratulations, guys. It is March 26th, and we officially have our first case of the measles for 2025. All right. How much do you want to bet that they are not going to give us the name or probably even the city in which this first case of measles came out of? Or the community, so we can look out and make sure, unvaccinated people aren't exposed. I'm going to go ahead and guess that we're not going to get that number or that name or that neighborhood from this story. Let's check it out. Maybe I'm wrong.
This morning, for the first time this year, health officials confirm a measles case has been detected here in Minnesota.
This comes as other states are trying to keep their outbreaks contained. Our Bill Keller is live in St. Paul with details and what we know about this one case. Bill, good morning.
Good morning, Tom and Hannah. In fact, within the past 3 months.
Yeah, Bill. What do we know about this one case of measles here in Minnesota? That was a little Jiminy Glick. Why, Bill, why don't you tell us what we know about this case of measles? I can't go high anymore. I told you guys my high note's shot. There's no Jiminy Glick. I'm sorry for the Pod Awful fans that trolled us with the Jiminy Glick thing a while back, which I did find funny, by the way. But I have sad news to announce. My voice, I don't know if it's my history of cigars since I was 18. I don't know if it's, Oh, wait a minute. Let me be the audience for a second. It's probably all the dicks. Could be the dicks. That's another one. Maybe I'm like, what's his name? Who's the guy who got throat cancer from eating pussy? Michael Douglas. Maybe I got Michael Douglas disease. Maybe I've been eating a little too much pussy and I wrecked my throat. That shit's corrosive, they keep telling you. All right, first case of measles in Minnesota. Oh, by the way, if you're not from here and you're wondering why I'm skirting around, why they won't say the name, it's a Somali, most likely. It's probably a Somali who had the... Anyway.
Health officials have confirmed nearly 400 cases of measles across 18 states with at least one death, making 2025 the fourth worst year for measles in the U.S.
Let's see. The year after we just had 4 years of wide open borders, we also have one of the worst years of measles ever. It's almost like open immigration is a public health concern.
Since the virus was declared...
what I meant was Nazi...
eliminated in 2020. Now, while the majority of these cases have been reported down in Texas, last night...
Really? Most of these measles, you don't say. Most of the measles cases come from Texas, huh? I never would have thought. They have to redo the saying. Only 3 things come from Texas: steers, queers, and sick Mexicans.
Health officials in Washington, D.C. confirm a case of measles there. What's concerning is that the person traveled by Amtrak train, passed through Union Station, and visited an urgent care clinic. Health officials say that is particularly alarming.
Oh, that's really good. So they were just around a whole fucking mess of people. This story just keeps getting better and better.
Considering how quickly the virus can spread.
Just being near an infected person is actually enough. 9 out of 10 unvaccinated people will get sick if they're exposed. And a person with measles is contagious before they even know they're sick. That can start several days before the rash shows up.
Wow, I sure am glad we live in a first world country that has a fucking measles vaccine. You know what we should do? Open the border wide and just let every fucking person who doesn't have access to first world medication for a very contagious disease, and just let them Watuxi right across the fucking border. It's a great idea. Because, I mean, geez, it's only a disease that if you're unvaccinated, 9 out of the 10 people who come in contact with it will get it, and you're contagious before you even know you have the fucking thing. And it's not like the government's ever used a contagious virus to shut down the fucking country. You know, it's in times like this I'm reminded, Aaron, he can't hurt you anymore. Aaron, they lost the election. They can't. Right, but we're still left with the remnants. I mean, they're throwing fucking tantrums when we throw illegal criminals out of the country. Imagine what a nightmare they're going to be when we start just throwing regular old snuck across the border people out.
Yeah, in fact, according to the CDC, measles is so contagious it can even be contracted just by being in a room as much as 2 hours after an infected person has already left. Measles typically causing that rash and a high fever.
And also, I don't know if you know this or not, but if a disease stays alive and is allowed to spread and comes in contact with a lot of vaccinated people, the virus begins to mutate and starts to become vaccine resistant, which is why it's really important that everybody be vaccinated against the fucking measles so that we can shut this shit down and not cause a superbug. Thanks, Biden.
But it can also lead to a long-term complications like a weakened immune system or even a swollen brain.
Oh.
While the Minnesota Department of Health is now reporting its first case this year, there were 70 cases of measles in 2024. Other years, there were none. The good news, most people have immunity to measles either through immunization or previous infection.
Yay.
While no vaccine is 100% effective against measles, those 2 MMR shots, which also protect against mumps and rubella, 97% effective. In fact, according...
Bro, don't you remember the MMR shot being 3 shots back when you were a kid? Or was that a different one? Who was the... no, that was Hep B. Maybe it was the Hep B was 3 of them. MMR is 2. Okay. Fucking scared of shots, dude. Scared of shots. Scared of needles. Hate them. Bothers me. Fuck, I get this. Every time I think about needles, I do this. I can't. I turn into Dean Malenko as soon as I hear needles. Yul Brenner's balls with 19. Oh, shit, it just disappeared. There we go. Yul Brenner's balls with 1999. He says, you ever fart in the shower? Probably Yul Brenner's balls. Also, when you crank your hog, do you full fist grip or just index thumb and middle? Who the fuck is index thumbing in middle when they jerk up? Stop that. Stop that. That's sociopathic behavior. Oh, Steel Toe Hate Squad, bad news. I'm sure you're already gone anyway. You got demoralized already today, but...
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's another win for the Toe. Now you guys are $55 away. We're starting the clock on Monday. We missed by 60 on Monday, so what we're offering you is... An hour of overtime if you knock out the 55. Thank you guys very much. Chevrolet JB says, look up Minnesota House Floor 2736. Don't mind if I do. MNHF 2736. Mandatory fine for school bus stop signal arm violations eliminated. Fuck you. No. How about you get dragged out of your car and beaten half to death if you pass a signal arm? Why are we trying to limit signal arm punishments? No. Beatings is the proper punishment. Dan Vicious with $2 says, my second cousin is the based Cardinal Raymond Burke. Hope he is the next pope. Leo with $1 says, did you see that family had their unvaccinated kid die from measles? Say that, it was just their kid's time. Leah, could you put that link in the chat? I feel like getting mad at somebody today. And that family sounds perfect. Thank you, Yule Brenner's Balls, for putting us over the top for today. $55 away from Monday, an extra 30 minutes of overtime, and a continued continued perfect week, 7 weeks. Chip Galloway with an interesting question. It looks like Tom Meyer is coming to us via Chip Galloway, tapping out to the toe. This is good. Tom's not the dumbest man alive. It's close, but he's not. Says, what's the price for a lifetime unbanned from Tom Meyer? Well, he's just got to be creative. I mean, he was just coming in saying the same shit over and over. We've always said, if you're creative and you're not just spamming the same shit over and over, come on in. The only problem is Tom's a hack. Like, Tom's so far beneath Steel Toe. Like, I feel gross just going to this place. I mean, yeah, it's easy to fucking back it. I tell you what. Oh, wait. Apparently we don't have to. Wow. Breaking news. Apparently there doesn't have to be any action taken on Tom Myers. Tom Myers has this is according to Bapa Shab. Tom Myers has died from a botched bong hit transplant. Wow. Breaking news here on Steel Toe, guys. Send in your well wishes. Tom Myers dying from a botched bong hit transplant. It is, look, we know that this is a very dangerous operation. We know that it comes with a lot of risk, and it's completely voluntary. It's an optional treatment. It's not something you have to have done. People saying in the chat, R.I.P. Tom, R.I.P. Tom Myers. Yeah, very sad to hear today about the death of Tom Myers, dying from a botched bong hit transplant. That's according to Bapa Shab. Breaking news today. Atomic Ray saying it was Tom's time. Now, Mad Moof is saying that AIDS will do that to you. They're saying that Tom Myers died of AIDS. Now, we did see that clip. Tom Myers' jacket was very ill-fitting. It did look like he was wearing his Pop Pops leather jacket so he could go play comedy. But, you know, Tom will be missed. His death is very poorly timed because we were just starting to beat the shit out of Tom, and it was kind of fun. His death is very sad. And I shouldn't say he'll be missed. Well, he'll be missed by us because he's too dumb to know that he's getting the shit kicked out of him by us and his own audience, but it didn't make it not fun for us. Let's go to numero uno, Josh Denny fan. He says, well, the infection risk in a bong hit transplant is almost 100%, so this is not surprising. It's too bad. MSO says, the world seems so empty without Tom. Yeah. Rest in peace, Tom Myers. A terrible end to an awful life. Wasted. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'm surprised he didn't die while doing urethral sounding. Tom, if you don't know, if you're listening up there, big guy, urethral sounding is where you just shove things in your pee hole. What my audience is saying is it sounds like that's something you do. But very sorry to hear about your death. Fauci's Pangolin says, now Myers can play Mini-Me in heaven. He does have like a weird, what's that disease where you're all bug-eyed and gross looking? Not the one they used to have on Maury all the time. What's the, not Giardia, progeria. Tom Myers looks a little like a progeria kid. Maybe that's why he died. Perhaps Tom Myers had the bong hit transplant done so he could beat his progeria and live a more normal life as a regular-sized boy without giant bug eyes. Blood pressure pills, Tom. Take your pills. Doesn't matter now. We are hearing from our audience, and Bappa Shab is our source, that Tom Myers has died from a bong hit transplant. Guys, if Tom Myers is live right now, could you go into his chat and just, wish him a good afterlife and, happy trails partner and all that? MSO says, can we get a Tom Myers memorial hole at the golf tournament? You know what? I think that's appropriate. Yes, MSO, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Leah, for the link to that story, by the way. I'm not going to go to it yet because I think the well wishes for Tom Myers are more important. If you're just tuning into the show today, Tom Myers passed away, reportedly, from a bong hit transplant. We did speak to the doctors. The doctors did say that he did not go to a convenience store to get Oreos and licorice and all kinds of other sweets. It is a must after that kind of operation. And he just skipped that stuff. Guys, it's the little things. Boomer Bob Show says, if only Tom had been vaccinated against bong hit transplant virus. Yeah. Some people comparing the late, great Tom Myers to Beetlejuice. Yes, of course, in looks, the black Howard Stern character. Wait a minute. Burnout Love with $1 has something to say. Burnout Love says, Tom is in fact not dead. He's stream sniping you right now, watching your stream on his stream, telling his chat to come in here and troll you. Well, it must not be very successful. I'm guessing we're in the, what? I'm guessing Tom's probably in the double digits right now. That's pretty good for a dead guy, though. I will say this. Tom Myers' stream is tape delayed. He did die of a bong hit transplant. He passed away. Our audience is currently in the process of mourning his death. Tom Myers, R.I.P. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, without Tom, who will heroically run into dangerous open mics and rescue everyone from laughter? That's true. That's very true. John Jamingo says, Tom Myers' comedy makes Stuttering John sound like Dave Chappelle. Here, let's give you the address to Tom's stream, and you guys can go in there. I think it would be good if we just went in there and let Tom know. He's got 18 people watching. Who will heroically run. He's got. Guys, we have to. No, this isn't okay. No. He's got 18 people watching his show. Guys, let's pump up those numbers. There's the link in the Rumble chat. Here's the link in the YouTube chat. Tom Myers, go say R.I.P. Guys, go wish Tom Myers a rest in peace after he died from that botched bong hit transplant. Let's go see. Let's pump those numbers up. 27 already. Tom's getting the old steel toe bump. Tom's getting this. Oh, hey, Tom, you're welcome. Tom, can we get the fucking powered by StreamYard thing out of the corner of your stream? It looks fucking cheap. Come on, man. Oh, no. John Jamingo's in the chat saying, wow, Tom, you have to snipe steel toe for content? I mean, it is pretty bad. R.I.P. Tom. There we go. R.I.P. Alex writes, Alex's own fans are, or Tom's own fans are going, this is painful. Do something, Tom. Guys, go in there. How much have we pumped up the number? Hey, we got him up to 37. We've doubled Tom's audience. Tom, you are welcome. Tom, I tell you what, lifetime unbanned for Tom Myers. If he tells Steel Toe, I'm sorry. I apologize. You are my father. Aaron. Oh, wait, no, he can't do this. Tom died. Tom died.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Watch this. Tom's trying to write something so he can put it on screen, and we already switched off it. He tried to put a Nick joke up there, and we pulled off of it already. Tom, you are a tragic, Wile E. Coyote-like figure. Here, let's respond to him. Here. Let's. Like the Coke he fed His kid. Here, Tom, let me answer you, buddy. Here you go. There you go, Tom. There's my answer. There you go. Another, hey, Tom, check this out. Another, you're not going to like this one. Sorry, Tommy. I apologize to you, buddy. But there you go. Oh, Tom, you didn't think that was funny? Come on, man. Tom didn't think that one was funny. Tom looks very serious right now. Oh, look at that. In Tom's chat, we've got Dr. Silverwolf. R.I.P. Tom. I don't know you, but you will be missed. Fly high, Angel. Oh, sorry, Tom. Hey, Tom, what'd we get you up to? 48 people. We gave Tom a record audience today. Sorry, Tom. Look, I don't feel good about this. And also on the day he died, on the day that poor Tom died, we got to go bullying him. This is not right, guys. I got to work on myself. This is on me. This is low. This is, they talk about rock bottom. This is my rock bottom. Most people, when they go to a Tom Myers open mic, they feel like they've hit rock bottom. I feel like this is my rock bottom. Better numbers than Kiki, someone said. Yeah, but Kiki doesn't need my help getting those numbers. I had to rescue Tom from the teens. I had to rescue Tom from 15 people watching his show. Boomer Bob pointing out that Tom Myers has been dying on stage and online for years. Papa Shab says Tom's panicking. Yeah, Tom didn't like my responses. Do you like that he was writing signs? Like the retard could have just spoke. Like he has a microphone in front of him and he could have started talking and he goes, I'll write him letters. Not bad for a dead guy, though. Tom Myers is dead and Steel Toe killed him. Even his own audience was going, Tom, this is bad. Tom, you're getting fucking destroyed. John Jamingo says you tripled Tom's viewers. Another win for the Toe. And you know what? The unfunny ginger bug-eyed prick won't even thank me. By the way, Tom, if you're just joining us, Tom Myers dead today from a bong hit transplant. His life and his career now match. Numero Uno says, I love the green glow around Tom from his bong hit transplant. He's really committed to the bit. Atomic Ray says, look up Minnesota House File 420, R.I.P. Tom Myers. Oh, it's funeral benefits for people who die from bong hit transplants. That's nice. Again, Tom Myers dead today after a bong hit transplant. We're sorry, Tom. We're sorry. Leah with $1 says, here's the link. Thank you very much. Nomo says, smoke him if you got him. R.I.P. Tom. Jfish with $2 says, here's the link to what measles really is/was. We'll get to that. We did get to Burnout Love and his $5. Andrea with $5. Says, can everyone stop trying to make Tom Myers famous? There are talented people in the world who go ignored while this hack gets put over. He's not really getting put over, though. Like, he had 15 people watching him. How do you... Dude, I'm the most interesting, most entertaining guy out there. I give people a living, and you can't get more than 15 people? How fucking tragic of a retarded figure are you? Nomo with $1 says, this is like hackception. I feel dirty. Burnout says, Tom's dead and already buried in the grave his parents bought for him in advance next to theirs. R.I.P. Aw, they knew that Tom would never get married and have a family of his own, and they knew that their bloodline was dead. So they said, let's bury our autistic baby boy next to us. At least it has a happy ending, right, guys? Poor Tom Myers. Never really got to reach his full potential. All right, so now we are $35 away from an hour of overtime. People are saying, why does watching Aaron and Tom fight is like watching two sternobums street fight? I mean, look. Am I lowering myself? Yes. Is it kind of fun? It's kind of fun. It's kind of a good time. Thank you, Tom. Thanks for letting us spank that ass. Anytime you want to admit that we own Tom Myers, you are welcome back on this program. Anytime. Numero uno says, Tom is literally just listening and laughing to the show. He is 100% a fan and hasn't realized it yet. How can he not? Like, his 15 viewers were bored to fucking tears. We came over and made it interesting. Tom's got to be a fan. Dive Bar says, you should be building bridges, Aaron, instead of closing doors. That's true. I probably should. I love that. Tom's so bad at stream sniping that he starts writing something down and thinks he's going to get it up there before it goes on the... Tom, you got to shout these things out. You don't start jotting them down like a retarded autist. But then again, do what you know. Let's go to Trucker 18 Wheeler. He says, Tom who? That is the correct question. Tom Myers has AIDS with $1. Says Tom J. Myers, worst 3 words to happen to Jews since Arbeit mocked Fry. Oh. Tom, you came to the wrong place, buddy. There was no scenario where this ended well for you. Here's what you do, kiddo. You thank us for tripling your audience, and then you walk away. In shame. Kloppo says his 15 viewers were all his alt accounts. Numero uno says he's just responding to everything you say. He thinks he's the co-host. What's the equivalent of a Narcan transplant? This dude is so stoned, he's glowing green. Well, no, that's his angelic glow. Remember, he's dead. Tom died of a bong hit transplant. Nomo says he really is just watching you. This is creepy now. I told you he's just a really big fan of the toe. He can't help himself. 35 more, and you guys get yourself a whole hour of overtime today. I appreciate you guys. You're always the best. Nobody can give the morning show audience shit today. They've been the show. The audience has been the show today. Oh God, they weren't kidding. The parents of this kid who died from measles on February 26th really are standing by their decision, saying it was just their kid's time. Fucking throw these people in jail. An unvaccinated 6-year-old girl died from measles February 26th. The parents, the experience did not convince the parents that vaccination against measles was necessary. You know, this is as bad as like parents who say, oh no, my 6-year-old is trans and we're treating them that way. Like that, this is more abusive because you're playing with their fucking lives. You know, this isn't the COVID vaccine. I'm really worried that a lot of people saw what happened with the COVID vaccine and are rightly critical of it because it's horseshit. But I'm afraid they're going to take that to vaccines that already work and go, oh, well, no, we shouldn't pay attention to any vaccine. It's like, no, it's nice that we don't have measles around. Measles not being here is a plus. She says they would still say don't do the shots. They think it's not as bad as the media is making it out to be. Your child's death? Your child's death is not as bad as the media is making it out to be. Oh, no, we still sit her up in the chair and we have spaghetti together every night. No, it's as bad as they say it is. Oh, they had to say this through a translator, by the way. Yay. The West Texas measles outbreak, by the way, worst WCW tag team ever. The biggest in the state in 30 years, has infected more than 270 people and is hospitalizing dozens of them. And how many of the people with unvaccinated kids are speaking through a translator? Public health officials have repeatedly told Texans that studies have time and time again shown that the safest and most effective way to avoid contracting the very infectious, life-threatening disease is to vaccinate with the MMR shot. The couple, oh, you know what? I was wrong and remarkably racist, which is not new. Members of a Mennonite community. They're all crazy Mennonites living in an Amish paradise. In Gaines County, with traditionally low vaccination rates, spoke on camera in both English and Low German. Oh, wow, they really don't fuck around. Their old country is all hell. It was her time on Earth. They believe she's better off where she is now. Well, I don't deny that. I mean, she was living in a Mennonite community with people who didn't want to protect their children from measles. I'd say wherever she is probably a better place. Zen Man with $1 says, yay, we get a break from you trying to shame us against the night cruise donations. Thanks. Yes, you do. And now you guys are $35 away from knocking out the Monday miss. So then they'll really have nothing on you. Go bananas. McBuster says Tom is back down to 22 viewers. Oh, no. So I really was the only thing propping up old Tom Myers. I got him up to 50, and he couldn't keep. Tom, I gave you a fucking chance to take my own audience and turn them against me. And you fucked it up by being a weird, bug-eyed, queer-looking guy. Come on, Tom. I demand better. What are you Patrick Melton levels of shitty now? Damn it, Tom. You were our great hope. We really thought you were going to be the guy to give us an actual challenge. And here you're just a bong hit transplant, yucking it up, cocksucker. Son of a bitch. All right, let's go to the next thing. Guys, I'm really sorry about this. I hate to give you bad news. It's really going to ruin the next 4 years for you. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Von Kaiser. Kurt Hennig and Barry Windham, the West Texas measles outbreak. T. Thompson says, I personally feel attacked. Oh, no, I wasn't calling you a bug-eyed queer. Somebody else, T. Thompson. You're fine. You're okay. You guys are going to hate this because I know a lot of you, a lot of the Steel Toe audience hates Donald Trump and you want to see him gone. And you guys are, you're brave members of the resistance. And you had a certain woman in mind to stop MAGA. It ain't going to happen. Michelle Obama says she'll never run for president. She calls it unthinkable. Now, would anyone like to guess why Michelle Obama might not want to run for president? Because I have a theory. And it's a theory that a year ago I would have called you guys really fucking stupid for even entertaining. But I will say this. I think that she's not going to run for president because she doesn't want to hear all the she's a dude comments. That might just be me paying way too much attention to the internet. I'll admit that. But I don't think she wants to run for president because look, do I really think Michelle Obama's a guy? I don't. But do I think that there's going to be a lot of people out there claiming that Michelle Obama's a guy? And who wants to fucking go through all that shit when you've already got tens of millions of dollars in your pocket? Nobody. I think that's why she doesn't want to run for president. We're also getting breaking news from McBuster that Tom is now desperately making up quotes in his chat. Oh, no. Tom made up a fake numero uno Josh Denny fan quote saying, you may not like me, but you derailed the toe. There was no quote in chat. Numero uno. He's making shit up about you. Are you going to take that? He says he wasn't trying to quote me. He read something I said and then responded with that as a cope. Oh, okay. All right. Do you guys so wait a minute. I have a hard time telling when you guys are being for real and when you guys are fucking around. Do you guys really think she's a dude? You think she's really this, a lot of people call her Big Mike, but wasn't it a guy named Malik? There's photos out there of people, the guy that people think Michelle Obama used to be. I mean, some people even think that Joan Rivers was killed because she said publicly that Michelle Obama was a guy. Mike Obama. Let's put that in there. Images. When you type in Mike Obama, Michelle keeps coming up. That's no good. Is this the guy or is that Michelle? Oh, that's Michelle Obama. Who's the guy that they call Mike? Mike Obama, Africa. Where's the dude? You can't tell me they're not purposely hiding the Mike Obama picture. Is that Mike right there? Looks kind of like Kanye. If that really was Michelle Obama before a sex change, then she kind of had a Kanye look to her. Look, guys, I really don't think she's a dude. I don't think she's trans. I think that Michelle Obama's a woman. I mean, remember they tried this with Lady Gaga back in the day. She's like, oh, look at her panties. She's got a fucking cock. It's like, first of all, that's called cock looking. That's gay. Quit cock looking. Knock it off. King Kong Dong with $1 says, because Michelle Obama isn't real and their real name is Michael Obama. There's also been rumors that Barack is gay. So, there's been that floating around too. Here's the difference between me and other hosts. I'm willing to entertain it. I'm willing to listen. My uncle, by the way, the one who's into like Real Raw News and all that, and he tells me the real skinny about the Dunn babies and the med beds and all that, he's 1,000% fully on board that Michelle Obama's a dude, that's Big Mike. He believes that Michelle Obama is Mike Obama. So don't worry. You definitely have an ally in the Steel Toe family. But, I don't talk to him very much outside of the summer because we see each other at the family cabin all the time. So I think maybe if he's at Easter, I'll be able to talk to him. I haven't got caught up with what's going on since the election. Who's dead, who's alive, who got hanged at Gitmo, all of that stuff. I want to ask him about Chuck Schumer. See what's up there. She has an Adam's apple. Big Mike is definitely a dude. Find a picture of her during pregnancy. All right, challenge accepted. Michelle Obama pregnant. She used IVF to conceive her daughters. That's not her pregnant. That's not her pregnant. You would think if you type in Michelle Obama pregnant, that would be like one of the first things that comes up. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not her. That's not good. When you type in Michelle Obama pregnant, they show you other pregnant black ladies. Uh-oh. Guys, stop it. I'm not. Stop it. Hooters Girl says, please have your uncle on the show. I don't know if I want to expose him to that. He likes that I relay his messages. He likes that I relay to people, Real Raw News and shit like that. $5 from Michael says, another win for the toe. Oh, the humanity. Look, guys, I'll repeat. I do not feel good. Do not write to me and say, wow, we really crushed Tom Myers today. Every day I wake up and Tom wakes up, I crush Tom Myers. So I do not feel proud of that. That was us going back to a very dickish era in this program and exercising a muscle we haven't exercised before. $30 away from an extra hour of overtime, by the way. So she doesn't. That is weird. You Google someone being pregnant and then you can't find any pictures of them being pregnant. Let's hear the answer she gave for not running for president. There's a clip here.
I'm not going to lie.
Are you really going to? God, these fucking news organizations do not know how to clip shit. They just put the link to the whole podcast up and go, hey, here's a 45-minute podcast. MGD already tweeting, Steel Toe owning Tom the Hack Myers is like it's nothing. Oh, well, come on. It is like nothing. Stop it. Stop it. I'm retweeting. You know what? I'm tweeting that one back. Please stop. Owning Tom Myers is not an accomplishment. I feel gross even going down to that level. Tom is owned. What's that word? Tom Tom being owned is self-evident every day. I don't want people going, oh, yeah, Steel Toe fucking owned Tom Myers. It shouldn't even need to be something you need to say. Please. Oh, they're saying retard is shook. That's right, Tom. You got nothing. Oh, no, look at this. This was us sending listeners to his show, and he's like, well, what? Oh, no, Tom. We shook him up pretty bad. Even his own audience was going, Tom, this is bad. This is not good, Tom. You need to do something. Like, because the 15 people watching him hate my guts. And they're like, dude, Tom, you got to fucking do something about this. $30 away from an hour of overtime. Carlos Cameo says, we hold these truths to be self-evident that Tom Myers was owned on Wednesday. We could take a Tom Myers break every day. Not when we're behind in the goal, though, because I can tell you this, it ain't going to draw money. Oh, this is great. You guys, this will get you riled up. Forget Big Mike, although this might be a Big Mike relative. Remember when Conor McGregor last week went to the White House and he warned people about what immigration is doing to Ireland and the proud Irish culture and all of that, and then announced that he was indeed running for president of Ireland? Well, almost like it was it's like set up by Conor McGregor himself. We have this video of this woman. She is a third world immigrant. I don't know if you can tell. But she says that Irish culture needs to stop being Irish culture and it needs to start adjusting to fit her way of life. I mean, we're going to find out country by country in the EU which one of these fucking nations has any goddamn balls. Because we know the UK doesn't. The UK didn't stand up for English culture. They didn't stand up for British culture. Germany, I mean, they're so browbeaten by white guilt that they ain't ever going to stand up for their culture again. The French, once in a while, stand up for it. The Italians, I'm not really sure how much they've been hit. But Eastern Europe, I'll give you this, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, all those places, they're standing up for themselves and their culture. They feel like it's something worth preserving. And I think America is too. Ireland is the one that I would expect to, put their foot down. Let's see. Let's see how they respond to this.
I was shocked, but I also really wasn't surprised. Throughout my Irish education, I never had a teacher who looked like me, but I developed the biggest pet peeve for when people decide to blame it on Gaeilge. I can tell you now that Gaeilge is definitely a barrier for people from ethnic minority backgrounds for getting into teaching, but it is not the biggest barrier, in my opinion. Because if it was, there would definitely be more ethnic minorities doing secondary school teaching because there's no Gaeilge requirement there.
There's just not that many of you in Ireland. I mean, guys, this is a percentage game. We deal with this in the United States. It's like, your company is only 25% black. Black people only make up 12 to 13% of the population, so they're doing pretty well. Oh, there's not as many African migrants in college, being college professors in Ireland. Well, you got to give it a few generations before they get educated enough in Ireland and how things work before they start working up to that. Every new culture that comes to a country is a day laborer first. They move their way up a little bit more, police officers, shit like that. And then in the second or third generation, the management class starts coming up. That's just how it works. You're adjusting to a new home. And you have to do as the Romans do, or in this case, as the Irish do. But a lot of Europe has allowed themselves to be white guilted out of their own culture.
But the numbers are just as low as they are in primary school teaching. I definitely think one of the issues is representation. The curriculum has only become so diverse in the recent years. And also, all of the teachers that children, teenagers are seeing are all white.
You came to fucking Ireland. What did you want? There's a term called Irish white. There's an ironic term called the Black Irish. I hate this. If you want to go to a country, go to a country. Get yourself a better life, 100%. But there is a word that we should not budge on, and that is assimilation. And if you're white and you go to an African country, which happens pretty much never unless you're digging wells with Bill Gates or, whatever else Bill Gates is up to, Do as they do. Absolve and observe their culture and do that. You're a guest. You came to them. They didn't come to you. I hate that. This feeling of entitlement that, hey, the shithole I came from, why don't you do more things like the shithole I came from? Because we don't want to become like the shithole you came from. No offense. And there shouldn't be any offense because you left the shithole, so you must have known it was a shithole.
Also, a lot of the treatment of students from ethnic minority backgrounds in education is kind of appalling. So a lot of students from these backgrounds do not want to become teachers because they've had a lot of negative experience with teachers in their life. Oh. There's definitely still a lot of unconscious bias from primary school teachers, secondary school teachers, and even in higher education.
It's not unconscious bias. It's their country, and they do things a certain way. You're more than welcome to do it too. God, it's like, it's never enough, dude. You build an amazing culture. It becomes the wonder of the world. People escape poverty and third world shitholes to come to it, and then they go, no, do it my way. No, the reason you're here is because we did it my way. Learn my way. Because Europe has not been enriched by just bending to third world cultures. America has been enriched because the Irish, the Italians, the Asians, the Latinos, they came here, and guess what? They threw the American fastball, but they moved their fingers a little bit and put their own cultural spin on it. So we got Taco Bell. You know, look, hey, look, this ain't Mexican, but like, it's Mexican enough. You know, we appreciate you guys are making an effort, you know? That's what we do here.
Lectures. And I definitely will always believe that the diversity of the classroom should definitely reflect in the teaching force. Children should be able to see themselves and their teacher and how.
Okay, start seeing yourself as an Irishman or an Irish woman, and then you'll all be in lockstep with each other. Color of skin is not a barrier to experiencing culture. We wouldn't let white people get away with that in a country that speaks fucking Swahili. They wouldn't be like, oh, my whiteness won't let me learn your culture. Fuck, yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Relatable experience.
If you learned a little Swahili to impress the liberal girls with blue hair and septum piercings in college, you can learn it when you move there.
Experiences. And in order to do this, you need to better the treatment of your migrant/ethnic minority students in your classrooms. And again, this falls into anti-bias and anti-racism training, but also following accounts that help.
Yeah, of course. We're doing it wrong. You do it right. Tell us how we do. Tell us how us whiteys do it all wrong. And then, we'll all change and do what you guys did in, Cameroon or whatever. Great. Yeah, Boomer Bob, like, none of these people stay back and use their culture to better their country. It's always come to a better one and then try to pull your shit here. If an immigrant comes here and goes, oh, thank God that we made it to America. Let's figure out how they do things. You know who does that better than anybody? Asians. I almost said fucking Asians, but I realized that would sound wrong. Asians do that incredibly well. Asians come to a place and they go, all right, let's figure out how they do it here, and then let's just do that better than they do it. It's called making an effort. Numero uno says the Irish enriched a culture. Gonna need some proof of that wild claim. Oh, shit. God damn it. No, don't do this to me. You're setting me up to look racist. All right, the Irish enriched our culture. Look, I know Gangs of New York was kind of a documentary. Do you like Irish stew? I sure do. The food is good. I like Irish food. Do you like the Pogues? If I should fall from grace with God, if you bury me in ground and the angels don't receive me, let me go, boys, let me go, boys. No, I don't. You're right, Eric Church is better than that. Damn it. Dive Bar says Irish coffee. See, that's the problem. Everything revolves around booze. And Numero Uno could very easily make the claim that booze has destroyed many, many lives. Dive Bar says, how about Riverdance? How about Riverdance? And then what about Numero Uno says the Pogues are from London. Fuck! I could have swore to God they were Irish. Somebody, too, says without the Irish, we wouldn't have Conor McGregor. We'd be fine without Conor McGregor. Boomer Bob Show says Irish food is boiling everything for 17 hours. Damn it. DOS Optic Nerve says cops. Yeah, see, I'm not a big fan of them either. Actually, the cops I don't mind. Rutabagas. Yeah. Tridio becoming a member for 16 months says you just called Goldberg a lizard man. Wait, what? Did I? Did I call Gold? I don't remember calling Goldberg a lizard man. Oh, somebody also said Tom Myers rage quit his live stream. Oh, boy. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Tom. Monica Lopez with $1 says how thin-skinned Mo is. Oh, Michelle Obama. Well, I don't know if she's worried about people talking about her having a cock. That's just my theory. Trucker with $10 says, aw, Tommy Boy left his stream. Poor guy, R.I.P. Did he really? He bailed, huh? But we're still on the air. I mean, if you're stream sniping me, you got to stay on. Dude, I didn't even give Tom my fastball. I didn't even give Tom my best. The shit I was doing to Tom was pretty elementary. He couldn't handle that. Christ, Tommy. $20 away from getting our perfect week back again. A perfect week returns to Steel Toe if we get another $20 in and you guys get an hour of overtime. So a win-win for the both of us. $20 away from the ultimate win for the toe. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. How do you, I have a question for you while we open these up. How do you want to do those extra Rumble Studio hours? Because I'd really like to get those hours in, those 30 hours in 30 days. But I mean, probably can't do that without replacing, just not doing restream for some shows. I do know the quality with Rumble Studio is less, so I worry about losing audience using Rumble Studio. Maybe just, maybe in the afternoon. There are a lot of afternoons where I come back from the gym, I shower, I'm fucking bored. I'm like, why don't we just do the evening show? Maybe I do some Rumble Studio streams and just get the hours in. Wouldn't be so bad. Maybe do some interviews, have Tom Myers on. I'm just kidding. $20 away from continuing our perfect week. You guys have been amazing today. Thank you so much. And I have a golf tournament to plan. I'm going to call territory. We're going to get that set up. And we'll get a date for you guys. This is kind of strange. How does this keep happening? A woman who was arrested for just simple shoplifting, lifting a candy bar or a purse or some shit, ended up dying in police custody. I have a theory. I'm going to go with either wildly overweight and then kind of went hysterical and the heart just seized up on him, or serious anxiety or panic attack and the heart gave out on him. Let's take a look. Because shoplifting is a white woman's thing, and white women, when they get caught doing something wrong, they're very good at playing victim. Even though they got caught red-handed doing the thing, they're like, I feel so bad, and this is so terrible, and what am I going to do? It's what the fuck are you crying for? You did it. You did the thing. We caught you doing the thing. Why are you crying now? Because crying is how dads and boyfriends and husbands in the past have letting you off the hook for your shitty manipulative behavior? Is that it? Okay. They work themselves up into a fury. And then what? The heart gives out?
We're back at 6:45, and it's time for News to Go. We have a look at today's top news story.
Oh, fucking hell. Are we really doing this? I hate that. Learn how to put content up on your shit. They don't have the story. Guarantee they do not have the story of the thing that this is about. Oh, look, there's traffic. Interesting. There's Dairy Queen offering 85-cent blizzards. There's a taco shop opening, of course. Why put a story up and then put something else on the video? A South Carolina woman arrested for shoplifting has died while in police custody. According to the Georgetown County Sheriff's Office, the woman, who has not publicly been identified, was taken into custody Friday by Georgetown police. Authorities say she was placed in the detention center's detox unit, where she was seen suffering from a medical emergency. Oh, shit. She might have either been high on fent or been detoxing or withdrawing, and she fucking died from it. I mean, if you're in the detox unit and you suffer a medical emergency, that sounds like it could. Really, you can die from withdrawals, huh? Makes sense. Drug addict, high, shoplifting, trying to make a little extra money to score. Medical assistance was given, and the Georgetown County Emergency Medical Service responded. The woman was taken to Tidelands Georgetown Hospital, where she was pronounced dead. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division is investigating. The woman's identity is being withheld pending notification. Yeah. So it sounds like they caught a drug addict shoplifting, and then either she was high on fent or she had such a bad withdrawal that she dropped dead. I don't know. This one could be anything. This one could, I think it's probably white woman, though. White woman, meth, fentanyl. That's my guess. Atomic Ray says, do it like the others until something better comes along. Kill Restream for an hour of the show and make it only Rumble. Oh, no. It's Rumble Studio. I could go live on YouTube or Rumble. I'd probably do Rumble only because then everybody would have to go to Rumble and then we could get some read revenue out of it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just randomly throughout the afternoon, I'll pop in on Rumble Studio, only on Rumble. And then, we'll fuck around. We'll do some things. We'll talk some shit. We'll maybe just have a chat, like a show in the chat. And I'll prep some show stuff for later that day or later that night. And then we'll do some reads and we'll get some goal money knocked out. Not a bad idea. 191 Redbird with $1 says, called it. Uh-oh. What did he call? 20 bucks away from doing an extra hour of overtime today. Let's take a look. Judge James Boasberg was just assigned to the case involving the Signal chat. The same judge who tried stopping Trump from deporting terrorists. Oh, it's the same guy. So I'm guessing they want the texts released. And this judge will do it for sure, right? 326 at 9:09 a.m. Oh, it was entered at 9:09 a.m. on 326. So not long ago. About an hour ago. Yeah, well, that's what happens. I mean, you file these suits and you file these petitions in the courts that you're going to get preferential treatment on. They're saying they released all the texts. Oh, hold on a minute. Signal chat. Here are the attack plans that Trump's advisors shared on Signal. Trump official Signal chat transcript is published as criticism mounts. Holy shit. I get it. They want you to pay for this one. On the New York Times. Let's find it. Atlantic publishes additional trove of Signal messages with details of the strike. Can we just get the quotes? I just want the texts. President Donald Trump and his team have repeatedly sought to downplay the sensitivity of the information shared in the Signal group in the aftermath of the Atlantic's bombshell story on Monday. While they denied there was a war plan shared, the text messages published Wednesday offer an extremely detailed description of the coming strike, including the airplanes and drones that were used. Okay. So this, it's not nothing. While they deny there was a war plan shared, the messages also rebut the claim from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and other Trump administration officials that war plans were not discussed on the chain. In a message sent at 10:44 a.m. Central Time and published by the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg and Shane Harris, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shares operational details about the strikes. Weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM, and we are go for mission launch, Hegseth wrote. I mean, that's not a specific, but yeah. Hegseth goes on to share the plans in extraordinary detail, according to The Atlantic. 12:15 Eastern, F-18s launch, first strike package. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. At 14:10, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. That information, according to The Atlantic, was received 2 hours before the scheduled start of the bombing of Houthi positions. Thank you for Mr. Greenberg for not releasing that publicly then. So again, it doesn't sound like any mission was compromised or anyone was hurt. However, it was extreme. Well, I mean, except the people bombed, obviously. It does really sound like if this would have gotten out, like this is carelessness is what this is. Somebody's got to go. Even if it is just for show, I mean, just for appearances. I know. Don't worry about optics. Optics are fucking gay. Look, if you and I ran the world and ADHD reigned supreme, then yeah, we could go, I don't give a fuck, and everybody would go with it. But this is how this shit goes. We all work within the system we're in. And this looks bad. You know, I know there's MAGA world who wants to go, oh, this doesn't really matter. This is just you put a goddamn journalist on a signal chat. You can't fucking do that. How goddamn careless can you be? Again, the mission wasn't compromised. I don't know. This doesn't look crazy specific. It's literally just the scheduling. But it just looks like you can't handle your shit. If this information, particularly the exact times American aircraft were taking off for Yemen, had fallen into the wrong hands in that crucial 2-hour period, American pilots and other American personnel could have been exposed to even greater danger than they ordinarily would face. And again, that's where Hegseth or whoever included this in the group chat, this is where you open yourself up to criticism. Because yes, we can say, hey, nothing did happen. But it could have. And if you're careless this time, what happens next time? I still don't know where the leak came from. That makes me suspicious. They claim they got it 2 hours beforehand. Here we go. Sean's here. This will help us a lot. Potentially criminal with $5. Thank you, buddy. He says the biggest problem is the timing that was in the texts. The rest of the details aren't as critical. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the information within was like crazy specific or gave any top secret shit we aren't supposed to know. It's just the fact that it was 2 hours before the mission launched. It looks bad. 191 Redbird with $1 says they want Hegseth gone bad. You can look, unless you can prove that Hegseth is the fucking bonehead that put this Atlantic guy in this message, this is not Pete Hegseth's fault. If it is Pete Hegseth's fault, then yeah, something's got to happen. But I don't know. I don't, you got to prove to me that he's the one who did it. There were what, 4 guys at least in that group chat? No more. And like, remember, like, we used to think that, like, the government had these super secret, like, alien styles of communication, and now we find out that they used the fucking same app that I fucking set up my goddamn swinging arrangement on, and that another guy set up his fucking coke deals on. Can we? Really? This is the... It takes some of the mystique out of government, you know? Hey, you want to fuck each other? Hey, you want to bomb Yemen? What do you think? Like, I thought there would be some, like, super secret, like, dark Uber Jew app that we were using to schedule bombing runs in the Middle East, and instead it's just like, care if she sucks my dick? Care if we bomb the Houthis? Same goddamn thing. Can we use something better? Bigot on Socialist Media says Signal app is compromised. LOL, why would they use it? Again, it feels like we could have done better to protect the... It's like, okay, it's not your fault necessarily. You know, fumbles happen in football, right? But if you're carrying the ball with one hand and just running like this and it gets smacked out of there, it feels like you could have done more to secure the football. That's all. Even Telegram is compromised now. The French got the owner. Numero Uno says, Sam Show, they are so dumb. They didn't know the reporter was in the group until he informed intelligence agencies afterwards. Yeah, see, this looks bad. And I hate that we got like the team attitude here in the United States. So when you have the team attitude, you got to defend Team Mega. No, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just retarded. This is a retarded thing to do. And then if you're on Team Lefty, you got to be like, well, they put our national security in danger. No, they didn't. Like, the extremes of this story are both incorrect. Some doofus included some dipshit on a fucking group chat about bombing some country. And now we got to figure out who did it so we can can the asshole. Redbird with $1 says he didn't do it, but they are going to try and make him resign over this. I mean, to me, it's pretty easy. You make the person who did it resign. But yeah, I know what you mean. They're going to try and raise holy hell to get rid of Hegseth. People in the Signal group were using it while in Russia. Anything could have been compromised. It really is it's a very dumb thing to do. And it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. $15 away from doing an extra hour today. An extra hour of show, you say? Yes, I'm feeling generous. I also have to... Oh, thank you, Monica, for the $1. Says, you doxed me, bro. What? I doxed you? Our first name's doxing? Son of a bitch. King Kong Dong with $1 says, Aaron, hate to add to your vaccine hoax, but Victor Wemby out for the season about a month ago after finding a blood clot in his shoulder. Last night, Lillard out indefinitely due to blood clot in calf, both vaccinated. I mean, kind of writes itself, doesn't it? Numero Uno says some guy named Michael Waltz put the reporter in the group. All right, isn't that the National Security Advisor? Michael Waltz. Yeah, National Security Advisor. Well, maybe you need a new National Security Advisor. Something's got to happen, man. Something's got to happen. You know what? Sometimes I look at the next story I have and I go, I really don't feel up to this. Like when I was prepping the show, I was excited about this story. Now I'm just like, oh, I don't want to get mad again. I don't want to be mad. Oh my God, we're in overtime. We do have, oh Jesus. Got a story about, somebody sent us a story about a Muslim theft gang. I don't know, like after all this Trump stuff and beating the shit out of poor Tom today, there's certain things that are getting me all riled up that I don't know. It's been a bad day for anti-toe people, but I also have to, get all excited about it. $15 away from an hour of overtime. Thank you guys very much. Either that or you guys are just way over for tomorrow. Your call puts us on our 7-week win streak. Thank you so much for that. All the links are in the chat. Transgender person disappointed after gender was unchanged on new passport. The only reason I put this story up there, it's not like I don't give a shit about the person. I don't hate the person or anything like that. But the fact that the local news went, you know what we should do for content today here in San Diego? Oh, you know what? San Diego, California. That makes sense. This poor woman did not have her gender changed on her passport. I tell you, a human interest piece that really pulls at the old heartstrings. Let's take a look. This is what qualifies for discrimination. Now, I'll say this. Some of these trans stories do make me hopeful for the country. I know that sounds weird, but like, if we're at the point where the big discrimination stories are, they didn't add an extra letter, they didn't add an extra S, instead of he, it's she, or instead of she, it's he on my passport, I feel like we're doing a really good job with equality. Let's take a look. No, on your time. I didn't mean like right now.
Your W-2 and file your taxes.
Oh, and I didn't mean. Oh, they embed ads now. These tricky fuckers.
File free now.
Oh, you tricky little bastard.
Filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only.
Here we go.
Click for eligibility.
More passport problems for a local
Oh, wow.
transgender
You know what? I could not have guessed that there would be a septum piercing involved. God damn. It's never... Why are there calling cards? Why does mental illness manifest itself in very specific calling cards? If you have a septum piercing, you're damaged. If you have a septum piercing, something's going on. If you have a nose piercing in general, you're probably a little fucked up. But if you have a septum piercing, that's unexercised trauma, because it's not a guess. It's a watching thing. It's like, I've watched people, and all of them who have this piercing have this problem. It just seems to, it's manifest.
Person. As we first told you in January, Orion Hodge's new passport application was delayed following an executive order from the Trump administration.
Oh my God. Their name's Orion? Well, if they're trans, I hope they didn't get rid of their balls, because a little alien guy told me that the galaxy lies on Orion's ball. So, you see, we're doing a news story, and I did a shitty Men in Black joke. I really feel that it's the shittiness of this program that gives its charm and appeal, if you ask me.
The policy only recognizes 2 genders. Tonight, ABC...
You Nazis! You maniacs! You blew it up! You blew up the genders! Damn you!
And news reporter Ryan Hill follows through with Orion, who finally received his passport, but not what he was expecting.
Follow through, like Orion did with their gender transition. Speaking of transitions, our next story tonight.
Travel can be stressful, especially if you're waiting for necessary documents like a passport.
Luckily, I ended up getting my passport.
Orion Hodge transitioned from female to male in 2019. He identifies as he, they. The soon-to-be college grad with...
He, they, come on. Soon-to-be college grad. Because, you know, if anyone knows who they are, it's a college student. Do you know how high the lesbian rate would be if we all knew who we are in college? Stop it. Let's figure our shit out. There's things called phases. Give it a minute.
Was updating their passport for a trip to Australia after graduating.
My name was changed, but...
It says here that you're a man, but I don't see a cock bulge in your underpants. Let me see your passport.
But my gender was not changed. So it states my legal name, Orion Hodge, but does not state the correct pronouns or gender.
Orion.
Pronouns are gay/guy.
Ryan sent me this photo of the updated passport. He got it at the end of February. We blacked out any personal and confidential information. It shows the legal name changed, but the gender's still showing female, not the male like he applied for.
I was expecting...
Well, then let's burn down some fucking Tesla dealerships, dude. Sounds like we got some work to do.
my gender not to be changed, and I was mentally prepared for that. But
well,
it
good.
was still pretty disappointing.
That must have been some real hardcore Iron Man training to be ready to see some letters on your passport. Dude, as long as my fucking passport gets me from point A to point B, I don't care if you call me Cock Muncher McTickles Balls. I just want to get through the airport.
Disappointing to see.
As I first reported back in January, the State Department was putting a pause on passport applications with X marked as the gender. The reason?
But I've been told that marks the spot. That
of today,
what did I get that tattoo on my anus for?
It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
The X was added as
Now, excuse me while my opponents don't clap for a kid with cancer. In fact, they suggest that kid might want to die now. That was, I think, of all the bad looks the Democrats have had since Trump took office, not cheering for the cancer kid's pretty fucking cold-blooded. Thank you for the extra 4 approval points by not cheering for that kid with tumors. Tumors all over. Just a lot of tumors.
a gender option in 2022 during the Biden administration. Orion's passport was logged into the State Department system after President Trump took office. For Orion,
the reason it's being held is because I switched it from female to male.
While the passport didn't come out how Orion had hoped, They hope they don't run into any new stress with their international travel.
But here's the deal. Like, who gives a shit what you identify as? If the document says a letter and they let you go, then fuck it, right? Like, it's fine. God, people prioritize and get worked up over the weirdest shit. Like, who gives a fuck if the person reading your passport knows how you identify? Again, I don't value such things. Call me whatever you want on my passport. Four-eyed retard. All right, that works for me. Can I go to Italy, please? Where are you going? You going to Ireland or you going to Italy? I got to decide. Not like now. But like everyone who's ever went to Ireland or Iceland tells me that it's fantastic. That it's a lot of fun. King Kong Dong, or should I go to the fatherland? Should I go to the mother country of Germany? King Kong Dong with $1 says it would be acceptable if the passport office sent it back with R for retard on it. Or are you going to keep that dick? I'm just asking. Do you remember when Bill Maher was interviewing, who's the was she OnlyFans Disney chick? Bella Thorne. Remember when Bill Maher was interviewing Bella Thorne? And he made that take a penis, leave a penis joke, and she started crying. That's still one of my favorite clips. Oh, that's gotta be Twitterable, right? Bill Maher, Bella Thorne. He's like, I have an idea. We could do a take a penis, leave a penis thing. And she's like, this is not very nice, Bill. This was one of the first ever club randoms. I don't know. That's a clip of him and Bella Thorne looks trapped here. Nah, don't fucking shit on Bill. Bill's aight.
Born. It doesn't even matter because everybody's switching their sexes constantly. No, I'm not kidding about it. I mean,
you know what though? I like that Bill has toned down the creepy old man giving people ecstasy and taking them to a rave vibe of Club Random, and it's more just, it's a little less busy now. It's improved.
I'm kidding about that, but people do switch sexes a lot more than they used to. There's a lot of trans, I always see that in the paper about somebody who has switched their sex, which if that's what makes you, is that what blows your dress up?
Bad bitches all the way.
Who?
Yes. Bad bitches.
Fat bitches. Why
I love when Bill's old grandpa stoner. But fat bitches. Why are we don't clap for them. We're sponsored by Ozempic. I mean, yeah, bad. Oh God, I hate that white woman shit. Stop.
Bitches.
Oh, bad bitches.
Bad bitches. Be who you are. Yes, claps.
Right.
Claps. Makes me happy.
Those are snaps, honey. Those are snaps, not claps. Clap is what you have. You need to go to the same doctor that Ethan Ralph was looking for.
Happy.
I mean, I think there's some money to be made in some sort of exchange with everyone switching where, like, if you need a penis, take a penis. If you have a penis, give a penis. Like if there's some exchange.
Oh, no.
Maybe Bitcoin could be involved. You could,
Oh, he made Bella Thorne sad. There's a longer version of that clip where she literally starts crying. Oh yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Constantly. No, I'm not kidding. I think there's some money to be made in some sort of exchange with everyone switching where, like, if you need a penis, take a penis. If you have a penis, give a penis. Like if people are becoming like men to women, they're going to cut off their penis. And then there are women transitioning who are going to need a penis.
It's actually a good bit. I mean, Bella Thorne is not the person to workshop on this because she's getting bong hit transplants, but it's a good, the premise is there. You could workshop that on the road, and that could become a good 10, 15-minute hunk at some point, like the penis. But Bella Thorne's just not the person to test this on. She's very sensitive.
I feel like if there was some exchange, maybe
look
Bitcoin
at her.
Could be involved.
She's having an existential crisis.
No.
That's great. It's great when you're telling like a good joke or something, and then the other person's clearly horrified. You're like, no, that's not. Sorry. I apologize. This is a very dangerous job as a comic. I'm akin to a policeman.
I just don't like joking. about.
Oh, Bella.
I know that you
Bella.
like to, but I
this
don't
is where
think it's.
Hey, you know what I want to do? I want to go on Bill Maher's show, knowing who Bill Maher is, and I want to say I don't want to joke about this. Fuck up. Then don't go. The mistake Bill Maher made was having Bella Thorne on his show as if she had anything to talk about. This was one of the first episodes of his podcast, and I guarantee this was like the booking committee. And they're like, oh, Bill, she'll bring in a younger demo. And it's like, ugh, fuck. I'd much rather watch his episode with Richard Dreyfuss, where Dreyfuss gets fucked up and starts falling into the furniture. That's a way better episode.
It's funny.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's
What
funny.
a shame. That is where
I'm
you're
sorry.
You don't have to be sorry, but I'm not sorry
think it's
either.
funny.
And that is where your anxiety comes from.
He's
There is
right.
nothing wrong with joking. Nothing wrong about that. It's not everybody is that sensitive. Not everybody needs to be that sensitive. Even the people who are doing that, I don't think would need to be offended by that. Everybody is so easily offended. You kids, you wake up offended. You should get.
He's right, though, about like all the anxiety that young people have. It's because they live in this world where it's just like, if something's not like they have no ad-libbing skills. If the ride gets bumped off the track just a little bit, oh my God, what are we going to do? I don't know, make it a new ride. You'll be fine. Figure it out. You think my ride in the last year went the way it was supposed to? Well, the last year has been good. But like before, like the last year and a half, you think that's been fucking... No, you had to change things up on the fly.
Get off Twitter, get off social media, and maybe you wouldn't like have this anxiety, because I don't know if you're really offended or you're just worried that you're going to look offended.
That's right. Self-medicate, baby. There's definitely not some unaddressed trauma in there. Like that snapping, like, yeah, bad bitches. That overcompensation of confidence is making up for some severe damage.
No, I'm 100% offended. Like when I think about, someone's trauma and the videos that I have seen that are so fucking bad.
Have you seen the videos of them turning the penis into a vagina? Because that's traumatic. That one will stick with you. Split it like a microwaved hot dog and then flip it. You know what? It's not important, Bella, but I'm just saying that the trauma exists on all sides.
And when people have to worry about walking on the street, just being themselves, that's fucking anxiety. That's why I don't like to joke about it because,
Is she done? Is she not a thing anymore? Because this was 3-4 years ago, I think, at this point. Yeah, this was 3 years ago. Is she done? Are we done with Bella Thorne? Is she not a thing anymore? Because that would be nice. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, doesn't look like a guy trip will be easier now. You're welcome. Doesn't look like a guy trip will be easier now. You're welcome. I should have gone to that when he sent it. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says it's funny because in the game papers, please, you have to check the gender on the passport. And if it doesn't match what's on their body, no entry. Oh, really? But didn't it? I thought it worked for that. I thought they were able to go to Australia. $10 away from the extra hour of overtime. Oh, shit, we only got 10 minutes left in overtime. So we're either going to hit that last $10 or I'm going to be out of here in about 10. About 10. Either 10 or 40. That's basically it. The $10 will decide whether I'm out of here in 10 minutes or 40 minutes. Hey, hit like, hit follow. We've crossed a few milestones these last few days, and I really appreciate that. Where I wanted to get that email that somebody sent me. They swear to God, they think that they think that the what do you call it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Damn it. I thought there was something I thought I got tagged in something and I didn't. God damn. So anyway, there's this story out of, is it Texas? Looks like it's possible Trump screwed up the staffing decision again. This is new information about the signal leak. No, that's not the one I want. I want the gang, the Muslim theft gang in Baltimore. So I guess in Baltimore, the black community was playing Guess the Race with the robbery crowd, and they were surprised to find out it was a bunch of Muslims. Somebody sent me this story and said, Aaron, you're not going to be disappointed. Alex Wong, the Chinese Deputy National Secretary Advisor appointed by President Trump, who is at the center of the Signalgate scandal, is married to U.S. Attorney Candace Chu Wong, a Chinese woman who was one of the key attorneys involved in prosecuting January 6ers. Alex Wong was appointed by Trump on November 22nd to serve as the assistant to the president and the principal deputy national security advisor under Mike Waltz, the newly appointed U.S. National Security Advisor. I have discovered that Alex's wife, Candace Chu Wong, worked under the Obama administration and Biden administration as an assisted United States attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, where she led the Violence Reduction and Trafficking Offenses section for more than 2 years. She was involved in the prosecution of J6ers. Okay, law clerk to Sonia Sotomayor. Alex Wong, that's the Trump administration guy, worked for Covington and Burling, which is one of the law firms that President recently stripped of its security clearance and terminated all of their government contracts via executive order in February. Why do we have a Chinese deputy national secretary or security advisor who is married to a Chinese U.S. attorney who worked under Obama and Biden, who helped prosecute J6ers? This is unacceptable, and given the Chinese connection, it really makes you wonder if Jeffrey Goldberg was added to the Trump signal chat on purpose as part of a foreign op to embarrass the Trump administration on behalf of China. But have we shown that Alex Wong is the guy that sent this group chat? Who sent? Oh, this is a Laura Loomer exclusive. Oh, Laura Loomer's kind of racist. I don't know if I take Laura Loomer's word on shit. She's a weirdo. She tried to act yesterday like Jasmine Crockett. She assaulted my cameraman. Laura Loomer's one of these people who hates it when people cry victim until it's her turn to cry victim. I don't. Laura Loomer gives me the ick. Big time. Laura Loomer really gives me the ick. I don't trust her. So if she's like, oh, yeah, this Chinese guy. Hey, there's a Chinese guy, and he's got a Chinese wife. And they, could be. It's possible. But also, I'll wait for a better source than Laura Loomer. Nomo with $2 says, you're not going anywhere. More venting is needed. Hey, man, we're about $8 to $10 away. I'm either leaving in 6 minutes or I'm staying for 35. We don't know yet. It's kind of up to the audience whether or not that happens. All right, let's do this Baltimore story, and then we'll either get out of here or 10 more bucks will come in, and I'll hang around for an extra half hour after that. And then you guys, if I leave in 5 minutes, you guys are $50 ahead for tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you knock out the 60 we missed by on Monday, and I stick around. And then we got a full one tomorrow. All right, off we go. Traveling group of thieves targeting homes in Baltimore County. This got sent to me by a fan. Let's check it out.
Yes, I'm Mallory Safaste in for Kelly Swoop. Want to sell that furniture on your front porch or that outdoor barbecue grill? The innocent-looking women at your front door may have an ulterior motive. As WMAR 2 News' Jeff Hager reports, they could be distracting you while an accomplice burglarizes your home.
See, like, you're looking at this and you're like, this is some white people shit, right? A little distraction and then, sneaky. Apparently, this is Muslims ripping off other Muslims. This is some Muslim on Muslim crime going on.
Baltimore County Police say these women caught on camera caught their victims off guard, holding their attention at the front door while making off with valuables out the back.
You inherit stuff and you keep it. Or you have in old jewelry boxes, and I guess they gain entrance.
I saw him. He was wearing like something was wearing Egger, like an Egger suit. He came in asking for sugar water, thought it was weird, and asked for tap water, or mineral water, or ice water. Came in, did a full-blown investigation, wrote down everything I had to say, not believing a word I said. She reminds me of Egger's wife from fucking MIB. That's the second MIB reference today.
While you're being distracted.
Police say the thieves are
Holy shit! What the fuck is that thing? That drank. Whatever that is, that thing drank. Those are some drinking sores and some drinking spots on that guy's head. Look at the melon on this pickled fucker. Holy shit. I'm sorry. That was very unprofessional of me, but I couldn't help it.
Elderly people.
You ever just see someone and you're just like, ah! And they go, what? And you're like, oh, sorry. I remembered a scary movie. It's definitely not your face.
With single-family homes who usually don't have video surveillance. Once the women make off with the jewelry, a male accomplice is waiting for them in a nearby vehicle to help them make their getaway.
Not in a vehicle. Oh, man.
The woman, who appears to be transient and European in dress, can be quite convincing, successfully stealing from 30 victims.
They're not dressed. Wait a
Baltimore.
minute. This isn't like a Muslim. This looks like more like gypsies. They almost look more like they're dressed like gypsies than Muslims, but I don't know. What do I know?
Baltimore County in the last 3 months alone. Police are calling on residents to better protect themselves.
If you're not expecting anybody, just be wary of who you answer the door for. If you do have the Ring camera, you can talk to people through that rather than actually open your door and inviting them into your home.
Advice for those who might otherwise find potential buyers at their door, selling you on some tall tale, enabling their partners to steal your jewelry and other valuables.
Shit.
I've got video. I've got cameras. I did that a few years ago. Just more crime in Towson, just in general. I just want to be
I don't understand. Where's
who's coming to the door and why they're coming to the door. So I normally don't answer the door.
The person who sent me this said something about there's a black guy in the story who's surprised to... The fuck is this? This story was not what you sent me. What the fuck is this all about? I don't understand. I don't get it. I feel like I just wasted everyone's time. There's $10 from Zen Man. He says, Dance Shekel Boy, did you get my email yesterday? Yes, Zen Man, I did get your email yesterday. Thank you very much for the $10. Not only is it another win for the toe, but we have officially now made up for Monday. The 7-week streak is still alive. NF Cap says he's at the end of the clip. I was literally at the end of the clip. There were 3 seconds left.
Thank you for joining us. And why they're coming to the door. So I normally don't answer the door.
Reporting in Baltimore County, Jeff Hager, WMAR 2 News.
There was no black guy. You promised me a black person. That was the end of the story. There's no black gentleman. Excuse me, I was promised black people. NF Caps. Is that who sent that? NF Caps sent that? Son of a bitch. I had Mormons come to the door yesterday. Mormons came to recruit me for Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I don't know. I only stay and talk to the Jehovah's Witnesses. I do find them fascinating. I've had Jehovah's Witnesses knock on my door 2 or 3 times in my life. And every time I've let them in, I hear their spiel. I hear what they've got to say. Interesting shit, man. They are hardcore. They are, you talk about true believers. That's them. Uh-oh, is the Jesse P.S. Ethan Ralph thing widening? Oh, boy. Pod Awful says, Ethan, stop. This is embarrassing. Just get sober. Wow. Oh, boy. So Ethan Ralph reported Jesse P.S. to YouTube for a privacy violation. We would like to inform you. So I think he tried to copyright it first. Jesse said Ethan did try to copyright it. And now Jesse got a notice that we would like to inform you that we have received a privacy concern about your content. Before we review the content, we would like you to give you an opportunity to review and, if necessary, modify or remove any potential private information within the reported content. Receiving this notice does not imply a violation of YouTube privacy guidelines, and no action has been taken against your content or channel at this time. Please find below the list of the reported content with the reported video timestamps. Please note that the violation may also occur at other timestamps as well as in the audio, title, video description, channel image, or background. So, if you don't know, Jesse, something with Jesse and Ethan, Jesse decided that he would release a private conversation that Jesse had recorded. And it ended up like Ethan didn't like that, obviously, who would? But it's Ethan mentioning someone's name that he's legally not allowed to mention. So now Ethan is worried, Ralph is worried that he might get in trouble. But Jesse even stopped the tape and he said, Ethan didn't say this publicly. This was on me. I didn't edit it out, whatever. Like, at what point is it not worth it anymore to fucking get involved in this shit? Can't Ralph do shows? Like, Ralph can just do shows. He doesn't have to beef with people or yell at people or get angry, or is that his show? I don't know. I've never watched an episode of The Kill Stream. But I don't know, man. It just seems to me that, like, pissing off Jesse to the point where Jesse's like, I'm just going to show this, what do you call it? I'm going to show this this private conversation, and I'm going to release it. I mean, maybe it's just not worth it anymore. And now, privacy shit and privacy complaints to YouTube and everything else. Just take responsibility for your behavior and get better. I mean, he went to rehab. Ethan Ralph went to rehab. And I think people thought that, him going to rehab, maybe he'd get sober. And it's clear he's not. I think with a lot of these people who can't kick their demons and they get sober or they can't get sober and they're always fucked up and they always seem to be raging out and being hostile, the common denominator for a lot of them is internet and the public eye. Get out of it for a while. Get out of it. Get used to being sober. Get used to being clean and build from the ground up. Don't try to keep doing the shit that keeps you going back to the pill bottle or keeps you going back to the booze. Get the fuck off. Leave, figure something out. Get sober, learn how to be sober on a daily basis, the old one day at a time, and then maybe eventually you come back to this. But if you couldn't handle this before and it led you to drugs and booze and you're fucked up on the air and all that other shit, maybe you're not cut out for this. Maybe there's a part of you that has a skill for this thing, but the total package can't handle this because you're medicating with booze and pills. And then you rage out at people, and then it makes them hate your guts, and then they want to release stuff on you, and then you end up in this kind of trouble. Oh, boy. Dead Game says, DeGunt was winding up the other night. It was inevitable. How does someone report for copyright? This seems like it can be abused. It's not copyright. It was privacy. He said it violated his privacy or whatever because of the... Again, because of the, what do you call it? The nature of the private conversation. Oh, okay. So now I have the correct timestamp on the Baltimore story. We'll get to that one in a little bit. Yul Brenner's Balls with $1.99 says, big fan of tongue punch in the fart box? Not especially. Not especially. But, I don't judge others. I don't judge others. Sam Show says, oh, Aaron, you say you love wrestling and you know nothing of the Rage Pig. I know of him, but I'm not sure exactly what his content is. I don't know his show content. I know that he has meltdowns and he gets high and he burns all his bridges and everything else. Outside of that, I'm not really sure. Numero Uno says, I've only watched him interview Josh Denny or Gino. I don't know who watches those whole shows besides A-loggers. All right. Nomo says, I'm somewhat glad I didn't really know any of these people or what's happening. Yeah, it's probably good. I will say Jesse broadcasting the conversation was interesting to listen to. And Ethan didn't sound too fucked up in it. But some of this stuff it's just like, dude, this isn't for you. This isn't for you. Like, just let this shit go. It was a part of your life at one point. Now it's not because it's destroyed you. It really has wrecked you. Let's go to, okay, NF Cap says he's got the correct clip on the Baltimore
police are
story.
searching.
Okay, let's try one more time. Because NF Cap swears to God that this Baltimore robbery story is funny for some black guy in the news story. Okay.
For a group of women they say are responsible for dozens of burglaries in Baltimore County. Fox 45's Keith Daniels spoke to neighbors who say they're concerned about these daylight crimes that police say are targeting older residents.
In Baltimore County, the search is on.
Holy shit, look at the cars in this parked on the road. These are the houses you're going to rob from? Buddy.
For what police are calling traveling groups of thieves. Look at them. Baltimore
Gypsies.
County Police releasing these images Friday. Suspects, they say, in a recent spree of daytime burglaries. Investigators say the groups are typically small, separate teams, often with 2 or 3
Oh, okay.
women.
Keith Baldwin here. Okay, so we got the black guy here. Let's talk to him.
The others will then force their way into the house through a side or back door. Neighbors now told by police.
So they're giving him a sob story up front, and oh, did you know about this? And they're preying on really nice people who won't just close their door and go, get the fuck out of here. And in the back, somebody else sneaks in and just starts ransacking through your home. Oh, boy, you suckers.
To be alert. Keith Baldwin.
And you said these people are doing this?
That's what police say. Somewhat deceived.
Man, I thought for sure this would be black folk.
He says by the images of the suspects.
I mean, the way they dress, the way they look, the character, the way they dress, the outfits, and the way they carry themselves. Look on here, they just look like your neighbors.
Man, I tell you what, man, if you were going to rob my house, like sometimes black people can be the most like racially presumptuous about that stuff, like towards black people. Like they'd be like, wait, you saying that these kind of Albanian looking motherfuckers, they the ones robbing houses? I would have thought for sure these be black folk.
They don't look like crooks. They don't look like thieves.
Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News.
I'm Kai Jackson.
So that was the guy? That's what we were looking for, NF Caps? All right. Look, it's better than the first one. It's better than the first one. How about that? Yeah, he said, man, they ain't black. Shit. I ain't believe it. I ain't believe it when you show it to me. Oh, boy. You guys want to meet a Texas English teacher? Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Rosie,
You sure are. Oh, boy.
Texas English teacher and transgender goddess.
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you? You didn't wear your septum piercing today, I've noticed. You like your eyeshadow?
Here with just a couple of thoughts about some gender euphoria that I've been feeling today.
That's called a manic episode. It will soon be followed by a depression episode. This is often how the cycle goes. Perhaps we should devote some time to this. You know what? I'm just kidding. Just chop your dick off.
So for those of you that don't know, gender euphoria is the feeling you get when you finally feel comfortable in your gender, when something good happens and it just brings you a lot of joy and calm. And
it's not really something you should feel. No offense. That, again, sounds like a masking of a manic episode. Your gender isn't a thing that you get fucking euphoric and crazy about. It's just a thing that you are. It's not. It's like, man, sometimes I get toe euphoria. Well, that's listening to Steel Toe. That doesn't work. Sometimes I get elbow euphoria. I remember I have an elbow joint, and I get super fucking pumped about it. It's crazy. You guys wouldn't believe it. Having a little elbow euphoria right now. Oh, my arm. I think it's broken.
it's been happening to me a lot today. This morning, when I stopped at the gas station for my morning energy drink, I got ma'amed, which is so funny because I know that there are a lot of women who really don't like being called ma'am, but I like it a lot. It's so new to me and it's so wonderful.
I mean, cool, good for you. That's great. But like all of this goes back to, I got attention. That's the worrisome part about this is it's like, if you strip away the gender thing, like just totally take away the gender thing, I just notice a lot of similarities in trans people that talk like this, and then also bipolar people who talk like this, you know? Like bipolar people and trans people kind of sound similar in this regard. Somebody noticed me today and they said I looked pretty. Somebody called me ma'am today, and it's like, just give it a second. That's going to come back around.
And it was such a small thing to make me this happy. And
Right.
then at school today, I'm surrounded by kids. I teach
Uh-oh.
sophomores, and
Uh-oh.
I have these
Nope.
15,
Don't.
16-year-olds who are completely on board, who, when I told them I had changed my pronouns, jumped right into it. They call me ma'am. They call me miss. They use my correct pronouns. And
See, this is like you're getting outward validation from other people rather than validating yourself. This is, I don't know, man. And now you're teaching kids. And what bothers me about this is that if kids come to them and they say, I want to be transgender too, they're like, that's cool. We don't even have to tell your parents. And that kind of shit worries me.
know my correct name, and it is incredibly affirming. So I guess my message here is, if you have any trans people in your life, it is so easy to show them love. So easy. All you have to do is respect them. Something as simple as calling a trans woman ma'am could be the thing that completely changes her entire day. It does for me. I've been out for 7 months, and it never, ever, ever gets old. So I just want you to know.
I'll be honest, like she's got a Mimi from the Drew Carey show thing going on. She kind of looks like a chick. So I don't, but there's just like, you're teaching kids and stuff, and there's a lot of mental instability going on here. It's a bit much. That's all. It's, or as Sam Show says, delusional. Yeah, it's we shouldn't be talking to kids like this. Like, I don't want this message being put out to children, especially by teachers. You know, you're an English teacher. Teach them the classics, you know? We don't need to talk about, you know, your day at the gas station and getting called ma'am and everything else. It's not, you know, if you're a male teacher, you're not going around to the kids going, oh, man, crazy thing happened today. So a woman was holding the door for me at the gas station. I bumped into her, and she said to me, she goes, hey, nice cock. You know, it's a different, we don't need to be talking to children about these things. I got to take a look at something here. I'm getting a personal call from someone, and they've been calling over, but they haven't been leaving a message. So I don't know if I need to leave and pick it up. I do have some very important stuff I need to talk about today, but I don't think they would call over and over and over again. I think they would just leave a message and have me call them back. So I got three things now that I got to talk about the, what do you call it? The golf tournament thing today. I got 3 people I got to talk to today. So I'm hoping that's not one of them. And if it is one of them, I hope they just leave a message, for God's sake. You don't need to call 3 or 4 times in a row. Well, it happened to SeaWorld again. Fucking orca tried to eat a trainer, and they covered it up, and OSHA's the one who had to discover it. OSHA cited SeaWorld and fined them $16,550 after a trainer was injured during a September 2024 training exercise with a killer whale due to inadequate safety protections. At what point are we just going to fucking stop? Did you see that the Blackfish documentary from years back? It's like, these are animals that so clearly are not supposed to be in there. No, Silverwolf, it's not a 218. It's a number that, like, I recognize. Like, I recognize the number. But, no, I'm not going to. Somebody says, call me back on air. No, I'm not going to call you back on air. That would not be a good idea. No. This is not a call we put up on the air. This was, oh, God, I know who this is. Love you, brother. Keep your head up. What do they want to talk about on the air? See, I thought this was somebody else. I mistook this number for a different one. So I thought it was one I needed to contact today. There's another one I need to talk to, but I don't know who that is. So it is somebody calling in on the show line. I fucked that up. That's my bad. The incident happened during a training exercise in September of 2024 at SeaWorld Orlando. Oh, we'll get back to him in a little bit here. Was hurt by one of its killer whales during a training exercise in 2024, according to an investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor, resulting in a $16,000 fine by OSHA. Like, you take a look, like orcas, there's no record of an orca ever attacking a human in the wild, right? They don't. But yet, what, 2 or 3 trainers have been killed? Like, these orcas will bring them down under the water and hold them there and just fucking drown. They won't even eat them. They'll just drown them. I really don't believe that, like, I'm not one of these people who thinks all zoos should be banned or all aquariums should be banned. Like, I think sometimes wildlife preserves and zoos and shit like that, I think they can be helpful, especially in preserving an endangered species. But orcas, it's very clear that it's traumatizing. They're remarkably intelligent individuals, and this does not help. Leah says 1 has been killed. Are you sure? I thought it was 2. Numero Uno says reports claim the whale was last seen in an off-brand Amazon warehouse polo. First of all, it's a fucking Nike, Denny fan, all right? So it's not off-brand. The rest of that statement is also troubling and offensive. They were tearing apart our boats a year ago. King Kong Dong says, what the fuck are you talking about? One swallowed a kayak. That was a humpback. That was a humpback whale that swallowed a kayak. Oh, I'll bring it up. Here, we'll watch. Kayak, whale, swallow. Ooh, I shouldn't have typed that in Pornhub. Kayakers nearly swallowed by humpback whale. Yeah, it was not an orca. Although this is a super shit your pants moment. Here it comes.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Fucking kill me. I am not going in the ocean. No goddamn way I am going in the ocean. I saw a video the other day. Some asshole was paddleboarding in the fucking ocean. And there were jellyfish, and then with one of them there were sharks, and then there were orcas. There's no reason to be doing this. Let's find that. I'm going to find this video. I can't lie. I don't have TikTok, but those Facebook reels, I'm kind of like, they're good time killers. Got some weird shit on there, man. Paddleboard sharks. Yeah, like people go out in the ocean. Look at this shit. No! Fuck you! Wait, this one isn't real though, is it? Oh no, this is a shoot. Some of these are AI, but like, yeah, like, no, fuck
Craziest
that.
thing by far I've ever hooked into. The shark is literally probably 11 feet.
Why are we paddleboarding in the ocean? Eat him.
Oh my God.
It is your duty to eat that man.
This might have been the answer to the question.
Yeah, no. We don't paddleboard in the ocean. It's a terrible fucking idea. There's no reason. Because you slip off those things, you fall. It happens all the time. No, thank you. Orcas don't attack people in the wild. They find us interesting. They are too smart to allow peaceful incarceration. They get bored. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, oh my God, Melton swallowed a kayak? Oh, the humanity. $2 from Silverwolf. Thank you, buddy. Let's go. Somebody says, watch this dude in a kayak. All right.
I'm going to the box.
Is this going to scare the fucking... This is going to scare the shit out of me because it's a great white shark is going to jump out at this motherfucker and I'm going to be scared shitless.
I'm going to the box.
Get your fucking kayak out of the ocean, bro. If your boat doesn't sit at least 15 feet off of the ocean surface, get the fuck out of it. I hear about a paddleboarder getting eaten in the ocean. I 100% feel zero sympathy for them. Zero sympathy. Orca eating a great TV white footage on YouTube. Is that real? Oh, shit. Dead Game says if a kayak is an 8-year-old boy, then Melton is in. He has made jokes about that before. He's made jokes about that before. He's actually made very serious, shouty statements about it, too. So who knows? Orca versus shark. Orca grandmother defeats great white shark with one blow. I didn't know you could blow him. How do you even figure that out? All right. Check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but orcas are bigger than great whites, aren't they? Considerably so.
Sophia's strike was so powerful, it shattered the shark's ribs. But the great white could still be dangerous. She circles, testing to see if the shark will bite back. But her aim was perfect.
Wait, so it's not going to eat him? That's it? Oh no, she took him. Uh-oh.
She takes the shark under and suffocates it.
Fuck. Isn't that like great whites? Don't you you get them on their back and they suffocate? Like they can't go belly up or they die? Holy shit. Orcas are hardcore, man. They'll fuck you up. Dub's got another one for us. Isn't that the same one? I think that's the one we just saw. Oh, shit. Orca even has its own boss music. Yeah, sure fucking do. That's for sure. Aaron, have you ever gone you ever going snorkeling in the ocean? No! I'm never going snorkeling in the ocean. There's so much, it's space. Like the ocean is space. We know about as much about the ocean as we know about space. I'm not going scuba diving with a bunch of alien life forms that could sting me or eat me or whatever. All right, we got another one. The show's basically turning into National Geographic at this point. Holy fuck. See, that's the difference between orcas and great whites. He's like ripping his fins off to try and eat this motherfucker. Sharks will cause legit injury to themselves to eat a guy. Orcas, they just like to snoop around. Orcas are, somebody said it in the chat, they were like, orcas just get curious. They're kind of like, They're like orcas are like a beagle that can kill a shark, essentially. Dead Game says we got catfish big enough to eat you. Fuck saltwater. I'm not fucking with saltwater. No, thank you. Numero uno, Josh Denny's got one. Oh, yeah. I've seen this one. Look at this kid shitting his pants, and he just goes, all right, I'm not even going to check to see if they're okay. I'm just going to hightail it the fuck out of here. We got whales sinking boats, dude. He's leaving, man. He is out of there. They are I think you got to call them the kings of the ocean, right? The orcas. Doesn't seem like there's much that can stop. That's why, yeah, like, so circling back to that SeaWorld story, they got to get those out of SeaWorld. It's just not, they're not compatible. We got Joe Rogan saying, we got some stuff for tonight. We got an update on the Scream gangbang teacher. Remember her? She posted, I don't know if she posted or if the media just, oh, God. Ugh. You know how we looked at her mugshots and we said that there hasn't been a good-looking picture of this chick yet? The search continues because they published some bikini pictures today. First of all, she's got a tongue like George the Animal Steele. That's problematic. And she's just kind of a piggers. Ugh. And she made the kids wear the Scream mask. She's been ordered to stay away from alleged victims. Well, no shit. I hope so. And then TMZ goes, see her bikini pics. And then, like, you know, like when someone says, hey, does this smell really fucking rotten to you? Like, and you have to smell it. I had to look at the photos. Ugh. And then Joe Rogan. I don't know if he and Ryan Reynolds were ever buddies, but I don't think they are now. Joe Rogan saying Ryan Reynolds and his wife fucked up big time on this whole this lawsuit thing. It does seem like really petty Hollywood bullshit from what I've looked into so far. You know, I got my news from Johnny on this first off, and then Johnny's such a big Deadpool guy that he's like Team Ryan Reynolds all the way. But I think he kind of is looking at it now and he's like, oh shit. Yeah, when your girl's out of line, you don't simp for her. You got to cut it off at the quick. Oh, God. Guys, we got to get out of here. That's it. What a day, man. 5 hours. We got back to perfection. That is fucking awesome. We made Tom Myers shut his stream off, which I'm not part of, or I'm not proud of. I was part of it. I'm not proud of it. We got a great evening show for you tonight. I hope you come back for it. We are, look, now we're 2 goals away from perfection. I'm excited about it, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. We'll talk soon.